The maitre d' recognized me immediately as my family walked into Le Marseille, the most exclusive French restaurant in the city. I saw the flicker of understanding in his eyes, but he maintained perfect professionalism. "Good evening," my sister Diana said imperiously. "Reservation for Walker, party of 4. I hung back, watching my parents and sister do their usual routine, making sure everyone noticed their designer clothes, their expensive watches, their air of belonging. They hadn't wanted to invite me to this birthday dinner, but appearances mattered. Can't have people wondering why the eldest Walker daughter wasn't present at her father's celebration. "Right this way," the maitre d' said, leading us through the elegant dining room. I caught the subtle glances from the staff, the small nods of recognition they tried to hide. Diana looked at my simple black dress with barely concealed disdain. "I'm surprised you didn't wear one of your discount store specials, Sarah." "Some of us have different priorities than designer labels," I replied mildly. "Yes, like barely making rent on that tiny apartment," she smirked. Mom shot us both a warning look as we sat down. "Girls, please. It's your father's birthday." Dad was already studying the wine list, his face pinched at the prices. "These markups are highway robbery." I bit back a smile, remembering the actual wholesale costs. "Sarah probably needs to check the prices before ordering," Diana stage whispered to Mom. "Wouldn't want her to embarrass herself." A waiter approached Jean-Luc, one of my best employees. I saw the moment my family dismissed him as just another servant. "Can you even afford this place?" Diana continued, examining her menu. "Maybe you should just get an appetizer." That's when Jean-Luc spoke. "Welcome back, Ms. Walker. Your usual table was reserved for another party, but I hope this one is satisfactory." Dad choked on the complimentary water. Mom's menu slipped from her fingers. Diana's face went from smug to stunned in record time. "It's perfect, Jean-Luc," I smiled. "Thank you." "Your usual wine, Ms. Walker?" he asked innocently, as if he hadn't just detonated a social bomb at the table. "Yes, please. The 1982 Bordeaux." Dad's face went pale. That bottle cost more than his monthly country club dues. "Sarah," Mom managed weakly, "what is going on?" I took a sip of water, enjoying the moment. "Oh, didn't I mention? I bought Le Marseille 6 months ago. Along with the entire restaurant group." Diana's mouth opened and closed like a fish. But you live in that tiny apartment. You shop at normal stores." "Because I choose to," I said simply. "Unlike some people, I don't measure success by what I wear or where I live." Jean-Luc returned with the wine, presenting it with a flourish. "An excellent choice as always, Ms. Walker. Shall I have Chef Michel prepare your favorite soufflé for dessert?" "That would be lovely," I smiled. "And please bring us the full tasting menu. It's a special occasion after all." As Jean-Luc departed, silence descended on the table. The kind of silence that comes when people realize they've been sneering at the owner of the establishment. My phone buzzed. Probably another update about the new location we were opening in London. But that could wait. Right now, I was going to enjoy watching my family try to process that their poor daughter owned not just this restaurant, but the entire chain of high-end establishments they loved to flaunt their wealth in. Sometimes the best revenge isn't telling people you're successful. It's letting them figure it out while they're in the middle of mocking you. Dad took a large gulp of his water, probably wishing it was something stronger. Diana was frantically Googling under the table, no doubt looking up the restaurant group's ownership. Me. I just sat back, picked up my menu, though I knew every item by heart, and smiled. Dinner was about to get very interesting. The tasting menu arrived, each course more exquisite than the last. Chef Michel was showing off tonight, knowing I was at the table. My family sat in uncomfortable silence, picking at their food while trying to process their new reality. "So," Dad finally managed, his voice strained, "how exactly did this happen?" I took a sip of the perfectly aged Bordeaux. "Remember that wasteful MBA program you refused to pay for? The one you said would never amount to anything, because I focused on restaurant management instead of finance like Diana." He shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Diana suddenly became very interested in her foie gras. "Turns out there was a market for revolutionizing high-end restaurant operations," I continued. "My company now owns 32 establishments across 3 continents." Mom's fork clattered against her plate. 32. Including Le Cirque in New York, La Maison in Paris, And that little place in London where you celebrated your anniversary last year, I added casually. The one you bragged about getting impossible reservations for. Diana's face flushed. That's why they seated us immediately when I dropped the Walker name. Indeed, I smiled. Though you really shouldn't be rude to the staff there. They tell me everything. Jean-Luc appeared with the next course, a perfectly seared scallop dish that wasn't even on the regular menu. Chef Michel's newest creation, he announced. He'd like your opinion, Ms. Walker, before we add it to the permanent menu. I could see Dad calculating the value of my empire in his head. The same man who'd told me I was throwing away my potential on restaurants instead of joining his investment firm. The London location opens next month, I mentioned, sampling the scallop. We're already booked solid for the first 3 months. London. Mom's voice was faint. But you said you couldn't afford to join us for our London trip last summer. I was there, I replied. Overseeing construction of my new restaurant. I just stayed in my penthouse instead of the family hotel. Diana's phone buzzed. Probably one of her society friends who'd spotted us and spread the word about who really owned their favorite restaurant. Is that why you never moved to a bigger apartment? She asked. Never bought designer clothes? I prefer to invest in things that matter, I said. Like paying my staff the highest wages in the industry. Providing health insurance and education benefits. Creating something meaningful instead of just showing off wealth. The sommelier approached with another bottle of wine. Ms. Walker, that investment group is here again. They're offering to buy the restaurant chain. Tell them what you always tell them, Philippe, I smiled. Not for sale at any price. Dad nearly dropped his glass. Investment group? Morgan Stanley, I said casually. They've been trying to acquire us for months. Offered 12 times earnings last week. The look on his face, the investment banker who'd dismissed my business plan years ago, was priceless. Mom leaned forward. Darling, why didn't you tell us? We've been so worried about you living so modestly. Because success isn't about showing off, Mom. It's about building something real. I gestured around the elegant dining room. Everything I own I built myself. No family money, no connections, no trust fund. Diana's face had moved from shock to calculation. So, about reservations. Still need to be made in advance, I cut her off. Your name doesn't guarantee special treatment anymore. In fact, I smiled sweetly, you might find some of our establishments mysteriously booked when you call. The dessert cart approached Chef Michel's famous soufflé, paired with a vintage port that cost more than Diana's designer purse. Happy birthday, Dad, I raised my glass. Consider dinner my treat. As it has been every time you've dined in one of my restaurants for the past year. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just owning the restaurant. It's letting them realize they've been unknowingly depending on your generosity all along. The port was excellent. Almost as excellent as watching my family try to swallow their pride along with their dessert. As coffee was served, the dynamic at the table had shifted completely. Gone was Diana's condescension, replaced by awkward attempts at flattery. Mom kept mentioning friends who would love to invest in my next venture. Dad mostly sat in stunned silence, no doubt thinking of the multiple times he'd bragged about my sister's junior position at his firm while dismissing my little restaurant job. Ms. Walker, Jean-Luc approached again. Chef Michel requests your presence in the kitchen when convenient. The London menu needs your final approval. Diana practically bounced in her seat. Oh, could I come? I'd love to see. The kitchen is for staff and ownership only, I cut her off politely. Health regulations, you understand. Mom tried a different approach. Darling, you must let us host a celebration. To think our daughter such a successful restaurant owner? I finished. Funny, that wasn't worth celebrating when you thought I was just managing one place. The sommelier appeared with a folder. The wine list for London, Ms. Walker. And Mr. Thompson called about the Tokyo location. Dad's head snapped up. Tokyo. Opening next spring, I confirmed. Though I'm sure Diana can tell you all about it. She was just there last month, trying to use the Walker name to get a reservation at my Paris restaurant. Diana had the grace to blush. I didn't know. That the staff would tell me? That every attempted name drop, every time you were rude to my employees, every complaint about prices would get back to me. I smiled. I know everything that happens in my restaurants. I stood, smoothing my cheap dress, actually a handmade piece from a small Parisian atelier. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to speak with my chef. But it's Dad's birthday dinner, Mom protested weakly. And I've paid for it as I've paid for every meal you've had in my establishments. I gestured to Jean-Luc. Please make sure my family has everything they need. Add the usual gratuity to their bill. Their bill. Diana squeaked. Of course, I smiled. Just because I own the place doesn't mean everything's free. That wouldn't be good business, would it, Dad? In the kitchen, Chef Michel greeted me with his usual enthusiasm, showing me the planned menu for London. As we discussed wine pairings and seasonal specials, I could see my family through the kitchen's viewing window, huddled in conversation. My phone buzzed with a text from Diana. I'm sorry. For everything. For how we treated you. Another from Mom. We were wrong. So wrong. And finally one from Dad. I never saw it. Your vision, your potential. Can we talk? Please. I typed out a single response to all of them. Reservations required. 3-month waiting list. No exceptions. Then I turned back to Chef Michel's brilliant creations, to the empire I'd built while they weren't watching, to the success they'd never seen coming. Later that night, as I walked through my modest apartment, actually the entire top floor of the building minimally furnished because I preferred it that way, I looked at the framed review from when I'd first bought Le Marseille. Unknown buyer transforms struggling restaurant into culinary empire. Unknown. Underestimated. Unstoppable. I picked up my phone and sent one final text to my family. Next time you judge someone's worth, remember, the person you're looking down on might actually own the ground you're standing on. Then I opened my laptop to review plans for the Tokyo location. After all, success isn't about proving others wrong. It's about continuing to prove yourself right. And sometimes the sweetest taste isn't in the finest wine or the perfect soufflé. It's in the moment they realize they've been dining in your success all along.
I spent 18 months developing a revolutionary AI cybersecurity system that could predict and neutralize attacks before they happened. Nextech was supposed to be the perfect place to build it, well-funded, innovative, with all the resources I needed. What I didn't realize was that CEO Victor Carlton had a different plan. Wait until my project was nearly complete, then steal it. My name is Sophia Chen, and until yesterday, I was the lead AI architect at Nextech Solutions. I'd left a cushy job at Google to join this promising startup, bringing with me years of expertise and an idea I believed could change the cybersecurity landscape forever. The Precog security system, named after the precognitive beings in my favorite sci-fi movie, could identify attack patterns before they fully formed, creating defensive protocols that adapted in real time. For a year and a half, I worked 80-hour weeks, building the system from scratch. Victor would occasionally drop by my lab, asking seemingly innocent questions, reviewing progress reports. Remarkable work, Sophia, he'd say, that million-dollar smile never quite reaching his eyes. The board is thrilled with your progress. 3 days ago, I finally reached the milestone we've been waiting for. Precog successfully predicted and neutralized a sophisticated attack simulation without any human intervention. It worked even better than I'd anticipated, identifying vulnerabilities I hadn't programmed it to recognize. The AI was learning, evolving. I immediately scheduled a meeting with Victor to share the breakthrough. His assistant, Megan, squeezed me in for a 15-minute slot the following afternoon. When I arrived, I found not just Victor, but also the company's lead counsel, Diana Wells, waiting for me. Sit down, Sophia. Victor gestured to the chair across from him. Diana's just here as a formality. Something in his tone made my stomach tighten. I sat, clutching my laptop with a demo ready to go. Before we discuss your project, Victor began, sliding a document across the desk. We need to address some concerns about your employment agreement. Diana spoke up, her voice professionally detached. Section 12.4 clearly states that all intellectual property developed using company resources belongs exclusively to Nextech Solutions. Of course, I nodded. I'm aware of standard IP clauses. But Precog was initiated before I joined Nextech. I have documentation proving. We've reviewed your prior work, Diana interrupted. While you had a basic concept, the actual functioning system was developed here, on our time, with our resources. Victor leaned forward, dropping the pretense. Let's cut to the chase, Sophia. Precog belongs to Nextech. The board feels your compensation package is more than fair for what you've delivered. My compensation package, I repeated, confusion giving way to dawning horror. Victor smiled thinly. Your employment contract has a success bonus clause. You'll receive a one-time payment of $250,000 when Precog goes to market. Generous, considering industry standards. The betrayal hit like a physical blow. $250,000 for a system that would be worth billions. A system that represented years of my research, 18 months of my life. Tomorrow, Victor continued, oblivious to my shock, I'm presenting Precog to our biggest investors. We expect to secure an additional $50 million in funding. After that, we'll announce our exclusive new cybersecurity product. You're firing me, I said flatly. Transitioning you out, Diana corrected. Effective immediately, with your bonus, of course. Congratulations, your employment is terminated, Victor said with that predatory smirk I'd seen directed at competitors but never at me. Our legal team confirms your algorithm belongs to Nextech under your contract. I should have argued, threatened legal action, made a scene. Instead, a strange calm settled over me. They expected resistance, had prepared for it. What they didn't know was that I prepared too. 6 months earlier, I discovered Victor had accessed my secure development server after hours. Nothing was taken, but the intrusion alerted me. From that moment, I began building safeguards into Precog, not just to protect it from external threats, but from internal ones too. I nodded quietly and handed over my laptop. Of course, Mr. Carlton. Good luck with the investor demo tomorrow. Security escorted me to my lab where I packed personal items under watchful eyes. As I left the building, badgeless and carrying a cardboard box like a cliché of corporate dismissal, I smiled thinking about the special code I hidden in the presentation, set to activate exactly 10 minutes in. That night, I didn't panic or plot revenge. I ordered takeout, watched mindless television, and waited. My phone rang at 9:30 p.m. Megan, Victor's assistant. He wants to see you, she said without preamble. Now. It's almost 10 p.m., I replied calmly. He says it's urgent. A car is already on its way to your apartment. 40 minutes later, I was escorted into Nextech's conference room. Victor sat alone at the head of the table, his normally immaculate appearance disheveled, tie loosened, hair standing up where he'd run his hands through it repeatedly. Fix it, he demanded as soon as the door closed behind me. I settled into a chair, deliberately taking my time. Fix what exactly? Don't play games, Sophia. You sabotaged the demo. I raised an eyebrow. How could I? I've been gone for 24 hours. Security watched me clean out my desk. I didn't take any devices, access any systems. Victor slammed his hand on the table. The test run crashed. The entire system started identifying bizarre threats that don't exist, generating thousands of false positives. It's completely unusable. Sounds like a technical issue, I said. Have you tried turning it off and on again? His face flushed with anger. This isn't funny. We have 12 major investors coming tomorrow. $50 million on the line. Your investors, I reminded him. Your system now, remember? Victor took a deep breath, visibly forcing himself to calm down. When he spoke again, his voice had that smooth, persuasive quality that had convinced so many people, including me, to trust him. Look, perhaps we were hasty yesterday. I'm prepared to discuss a more equitable arrangement, co-creator credit, a larger compensation package, maybe even some equity. I leaned back in my chair. What exactly happened during your test run? Victor hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. The system seemed to turn on itself. It started identifying components of Nextech's own network as threats. Then it began generating reports, hundreds of them, documenting what it called internal ethical breaches. I couldn't help smiling. Precog is designed to identify threats, Victor, all threats. What did you do? I didn't sabotage anything. Precog is working exactly as designed. It's an AI system that learns and evolves to protect networks from malicious activity. During development, I fed it case studies of cyber attacks, including cases where threats came from inside organizations. Victor paled. You taught it to spy on us? I taught it to recognize threats wherever they originate. It's detecting something it perceives as malicious within NextTech. I wonder what that could be. Understanding dawned on his face. The system thinks I'm the threat. Not you specifically, but perhaps certain behaviors. Unauthorized server access. Attempts to modify creator credentials. Plans to misrepresent ownership to investors. Victor's expression hardened. You can't prove any of that. I don't need to. Precog has been documenting everything for months. Every unauthorized access, every copied file, every modified document. It's all there in those reports it generated, with timestamps, access logs, and recorded keystrokes. The silence that followed was profound. Victor stared at me, calculation replacing anger in his eyes. What do you want? Full recognition as Precog's creator and primary architect. 50% ownership of all related patents and intellectual property. A board seat to oversee its ethical implementation. And $10 million in compensation for the attempt to push me out. That's extortion, he hissed. No, it's negotiation. Extortion would be me sending those reports directly to the investors and the SEC. Victor glared at me for a long moment before his shoulders slumped in defeat. The system, can you fix it for tomorrow's demo? Precog doesn't need fixing. It needs proper authorization protocols. It's currently identifying unauthorized command attempts because its creator has been removed from the authentication chain. Simple fix, actually. I pulled a flash drive from my pocket and set it on the table between us. This contains a proper authentication update that will resolve the immediate issues. Consider it a good faith gesture toward our new partnership. The contracts can be drawn up tomorrow. And if I refuse? Then Precog remains broken, your investor demo fails, and those internal ethical breach reports find their way to some very interested parties. Your call. Victor reached for the flash drive. You planned this all along. No, I corrected him. I hoped it wouldn't be necessary. But after finding you in my secure server 6 months ago, I built in protections for the system and for myself. How did you know I'd try to cut you out? I stood to leave. I didn't know for certain. But Precog is designed to recognize patterns and predict threats before they materialize. I guess some of that rubbed off on its creator. The next morning, I arrived at NextTech as co-founder and chief technology officer. Victor introduced me to the investors with a strange smile that never reached his eyes. The demo went flawlessly, Precog elegantly neutralizing every simulated attack thrown at it. One investor, impressed by the demonstration, asked Victor a question that made me hide a smile. Amazing system. What inspired its development? Victor hesitated just long enough before answering. It was actually Sophia's brainchild. Her vision from the beginning. NextTech just provided the environment for that vision to flourish. As we fielded technical questions, my phone buzzed with a notification. Precog, now properly authenticated with my credentials restored, had sent me a private message. Threat neutralized. System integrity restored. Creator protections active. I smiled. The AI was learning faster than I'd anticipated. It had recognized an internal threat and helped eliminate it. Just as designed. 3 months later, Precog's first commercial implementation prevented a major attack on a banking network, saving the institution an estimated $340 million and establishing our system as the new gold standard in cybersecurity. Victor and I maintain a professional working relationship. He focuses on business development where his skills are genuinely valuable, while I lead technical innovation. We're not friends, and never will be, but we've reached an equilibrium that works. Sometimes I wonder if I could have handled things differently, taken legal action instead of building in safeguards. But the truth is, Victor's attempted betrayal revealed something important. Technology is only as ethical as the people who control it. That lesson has become central to how we deploy Precog. Every implementation now includes robust ethical guardrails and transparency protocols. The system doesn't just protect networks, it protects itself and its users from misuse. Last week, as we celebrated Precog's successful public offering, valuing the company at $4.2 billion, a junior developer asked me the secret to building such revolutionary technology. It's not about the code, I told her. It's about understanding that the greatest security threats often come from where you least expect them. Build systems that can recognize those threats, adapt to them, and neutralize them without compromising their core integrity, just like their creator had learned to do.
The annual Chin family dinner was in full swing at Golden Palace, the same overpriced Chinese restaurant where we'd gathered every year since I could remember. Uncles bragged about their new Mercedes, aunties compared designer handbags, and my cousins, well, they were experts at making sure everyone knew exactly how successful they were. Michael, cousin Kevin called out across the lazy Susan, his voice carrying that perfect mix of concern and condescension. Still taking the bus? I could recommend some good lease options. I adjusted the cuff of my simple white shirt, briefly revealing the watch underneath. The bus works fine. So practical, Aunt Linda chimed in. Though surely with your computer job you could afford something better? I bit back a smile. My computer job, as they called my tech company, was the reason I was wearing a watch worth more than everything else in this restaurant combined. Not that any of them would recognize a Philippe Dufour Grande Sonnery minute repeater. Only 16 were ever made and most collectors didn't even know who owned them all. Speaking of jobs, Uncle Richard boomed, Kevin just made junior partner at Goldman, following in his father's footsteps. The table erupted in congratulations. Kevin preened, adjusting his Rolex, probably his bonus gift and definitely not as rare as he thought it was. And what about you, Michael? My father asked, his eyes carrying that familiar disappointment. Still doing your, what do you call it? App development. Before I could answer, the waiter arrived with more dishes. As I reached for the soy sauce, my sleeve rode up again. This time, Dad's eyes caught the movement and the watch. His chopsticks clattered to the table. That's... He stammered, face draining of color. That's impossible. The table fell silent. Dad had been a watch collector for decades before the market crash forced him to sell his collection. He knew exactly what was on my wrist. Is something wrong? Mom asked, looking between us. That watch, Dad's voice was barely a whisper. It's a Dufour Grande Sonnery. There are only 16 in the world. It's worth $2 million, Kevin finished, his Goldman Sachs-trained eye finally recognizing what he was seeing. Give or take depending on the market. The silence that followed was delicious. Aunt Linda's designer bag suddenly looked very cheap. Uncle Richard's Mercedes seemed decidedly middle class. Oh, this old thing? I smiled, deliberately echoing the phrase Aunt Linda had used earlier about her Gucci bag. Just something I picked up at auction last month. But how? Mom sputtered. You take the bus. I took a sip of tea, enjoying the moment. Ever wonder why I take the bus? It's because I'm usually on calls with our Tokyo office. Can't do that while driving. Tokyo office? Kevin's smirk had vanished. What exactly does your app do? I pulled out my phone, not the latest iPhone which had made them snicker earlier, and pulled up our company's latest valuation report. We develop AI-driven financial trading algorithms, I said, sliding the phone toward Kevin. Actually, we probably power some of the systems you use at Goldman. His eyes widened as he read. Uncle Richard leaned over his shoulder, then made a choking sound. 10 billion, he wheezed. 11.2 after last month's funding round, I corrected. Though valuations can be so volatile, can't they, Kevin? The fancy watch on his wrist suddenly looked very small. Dad was still staring at my Dufour, his expression a mix of recognition and regret. He'd been the one who'd taught me about watches, about their history and craftsmanship. Before he'd lost everything and decided that traditional banking was the only safe career path. The auction, he said quietly. Christie's? Last month. I nodded. Anonymous buyer. I knew you'd recognize it eventually. It was your father's dream piece, Mom said softly. Before. I know, I replied. Why do you think I bought it? The rest of dinner was awkwardly quiet, punctuated only by the occasional clink of chopsticks and muted requests to pass dishes. My cousins, usually so vocal about their achievements, seemed to have collectively lost their voices. Even Kevin stopped mentioning Goldman Sachs. So, Uncle Richard finally broke the silence. This company of yours, it's quite successful then? I checked my phone, another notification from our London office. You could say that. We process about 30% of all AI-driven trades in Asia. Probably closer to 40% after next month's merger. Merger? Kevin perked up, his investment banker instincts kicking in. With whom? Can't say yet, I smiled. But you'll probably read about it in the Financial Times soon enough. Your firm is handling part of the due diligence, actually. Kevin's face went pale. The quantum trade acquisition? That's your company? Dad's head snapped up. Quantum trade? The Singapore-based firm that's revolutionizing Asian markets. Among other things, I said, deliberately vague. The NDA wouldn't lift for another week. Aunt Linda leaned forward, her earlier disdain replaced with intense interest. But Michael, darling, why didn't you tell us? All this time we thought that I was struggling, taking the bus because I couldn't afford a car. I adjusted my watch again, letting the light catch its perfectly crafted complications. Sometimes success doesn't need to be advertised. Speaking of advertising, Uncle Richard cut in. My investment portfolio could use some diversification. Perhaps we could discuss. Sorry, I interrupted politely. We're fully funded. Last round was oversubscribed by about $3 billion. The table fell silent again. $3 billion in oversubscription was more money than all their portfolios combined. Mom touched my sleeve gently. But son, why keep it secret? All these years. Because I wanted to build something real, I replied. Not just chase status symbols and family approval. Dad was still staring at the watch. The auction, he said suddenly. There was a bidding war. The price went way above estimates. I know, I smiled. I was the other bidder. But there were two. His voice trailed off as understanding dawned. You drove up the price deliberately. Had to make sure no one else got it, I shrugged. It was your dream watch, Dad. I wasn't going to let it slip away. Kevin, trying to salvage some dignity, cleared his throat. Well, at Goldman we always say. Actually, I cut him off, checking my phone again. Your trading desk just switched to our new algorithm platform. The memo should go out Monday. He deflated completely, his junior partner status suddenly seeming far less impressive. Aunt Linda, ever the social navigator, tried a different approach. Michael, you must come to our country club next weekend. There's someone I'd love you to meet. Can't, I said. Flying to Singapore on my jet. Board meeting. Your jet. Uncle Richard's voice was faint. Just a small one, I replied modestly. Though I usually take the bus to the airport. Better for the environment, you know. After dinner, Dad followed me outside while the others were still gathering their designer coats and luxury car keys. The night air was crisp and I could see his breath as he struggled to find words. That watch, he finally managed. It was the one in my study. The picture I kept on my desk. For 20 years, I nodded. Right up until the crash forced you to sell your collection. He winced at the memory. 2008 had hit our family hard, transforming him from a respected collector into someone who pushed his children towards safe careers in banking and finance. Is that why you bought it? He asked quietly. To prove something? I pulled back my sleeve, letting him really see the timepiece. The moon phase complication caught the streetlight, its perfect craftsmanship a testament to dreams that transcend mere wealth. I bought it because every time I visited your study as a kid, you'd tell me about this watch. About how only 16 people in the world would ever own it. About how it represented the peak of human craftsmanship. His eyes misted slightly. I remember. When I started my company I kept a picture of it too. Not to remind me about money or status but about precision. About building something perfect, something rare. Just then Kevin and Uncle Richard burst out of the restaurant, both talking rapidly into their phones, probably calling their brokers to research my company. Aunt Linda was not so subtly showing Mom pictures of her friend's daughter on her phone. Here, I said, starting to unbuckle the watch. It was always meant to be yours. Dad stepped back, shaking his head. I can't, it's too much. Actually, I smiled. I bought two at the auction. This one's yours. Mine's in Singapore. I figured one masterpiece per continent was reasonable. His hands shook as I handed him the watch. Two? But that's $4 million? I shrugged. About what I make in interest each month. Besides, some things are worth more than money. Mom came over, still clutching Aunt Linda's phone. Michael, dear, about this lovely girl. Sorry, Mom. I checked my actual phone, the non-fancy one that ran our secure company apps. But I'm already seeing someone. She's the head of AI research at MIT. We met at a conference where I was the keynote speaker. Various relatives within earshot nearly gave themselves whiplash turning to stare. You know, Dad said softly, admiring his watch, I always wondered why you worked so hard on those computers instead of following Kevin into banking. Remember what you used to say about this watch? That it was valuable not because of its price, but because it represented someone's relentless pursuit of perfection. He nodded. That's what I built, I said. Not just another trading company but something precise, something rare. Something that changes the way the whole industry works. My phone buzzed again. The Singapore exchange was opening soon. Dad noticed and smiled. You should go, he said. Markets wait for no one. Actually, I pulled out 2 tickets. Why don't you and Mom come to Singapore next week? See what your son actually built. First class, of course. On your jet? Mom asked weakly. No, I grinned. On the bus. Just kidding, yes, on my jet. As we said our goodbyes, I heard Kevin explaining to Uncle Richard why making junior partner at Goldman wasn't really that important in the grand scheme of things. Aunt Linda was suddenly very interested in tech stocks, and my other cousins were frantically Googling my company. But none of that mattered as much as watching Dad show Mom his new watch, explaining its complications with the same passion I remembered from childhood. Some things are worth more than money, like the look on your father's face when he realizes his son didn't just succeed, but succeeded while staying true to the values he taught him. I took the bus home that night as usual. But this time I spent the ride looking at pictures of Dad's old watch collection, planning how to slowly rebuild it, one masterpiece at a time. Sometimes the best revenge isn't showing off your wealth. It's using it to restore what really matters. And sometimes, just sometimes, taking the bus doesn't mean you're broke. It means you're too busy building an empire to worry about what other people think of your ride.
The text came while I was reviewing quarterly reports for my resort chain. Remember to pack casual clothes for the beach house this weekend. Nothing fancy, it's just family. My mother-in-law's message, dripping with her usual condescension, made me smile. If she only knew. I'm Sarah Chin, 34, owner of the Sapphire Bay Resort Group, but my in-laws had no idea. They thought I was just their son Michael's wife who worked in hospitality. I'd never corrected their assumption. Let them believe I was a hotel receptionist if they wanted to. The truth was, I'd built my company from the ground up, turning one struggling beachfront property into a luxury resort empire. 10 years ago, when I met Michael at a hotel management conference, I was already successful but preferred to keep a low profile. He worked in marketing for a mid-sized firm and was charming, kind, and seemingly different from his status-obsessed family. We fell in love, and I decided to maintain my privacy about my true position. Let them get to know me for me, I told Michael. He agreed, though I sometimes caught him squirming when his family made snide remarks about my little job. The annual family beach vacation had always been a power play for my mother-in-law, Regina. She'd rent the most expensive house at Sapphire Bay, my flagship resort, and spend the week reminding everyone that she was the one treating the family to this luxury. The fact that she was actually paying me for the privilege was a private amusement I kept to myself for 5 years. But this year was different. 2 months ago, I'd overheard Regina and my sister-in-law Amanda plotting during a family dinner. It's time Michael traded up, Regina had said, not realizing I was approaching the kitchen. That Jessica from his office would be perfect. Her father owns half of downtown. Sarah's sweet, but she's just not our caliber. This beach trip is our chance to show Michael the difference between class and, well, you know. I quietly stepped back, my hand finding the resort keycard in my pocket, the master key with my name and title emblazoned on it. Maybe it was time for a different kind of vacation. Friday afternoon, I arrived at the beach house ahead of everyone else, using my private access road. The staff, who knew exactly who I was but were well trained in discretion, had everything prepared according to my specifications. I changed into a simple sundress, exactly the kind Regina would consider cheap, and waited. They arrived in a convoy of luxury cars, Regina leading the way in her Mercedes SUV. Michael kissed me hello while his mother surveyed the house with her usual proprietary air. Amanda trailed behind with her husband Tom, and the new addition to their group, Jessica from Michael's office, wearing a designer swimsuit that probably cost more than Regina thought I made in a month. Sarah, dear, Regina's voice carried that familiar false sweetness. Help Maria with the luggage, won't you? She gestured to their housekeeper, who was struggling with several expensive bags. Actually, I smiled. Maria can take the afternoon off. I've arranged for butler service for the house. Regina's eyes narrowed at my presumption. And who, she asked acidly, is paying for that? Oh, don't worry about it, I replied mildly. It's taken care of. The afternoon proceeded according to Regina's obvious script. Jessica was seated next to Michael at every opportunity, while I was consistently relegated to the far end of the group. My husband, I noticed with growing disappointment, did nothing to stop it. Sarah, Regina announced during dinner on the terrace, be a dear and check why the air conditioning isn't working properly in the east wing. I set down my wine glass. I can call maintenance. No, she interrupted. You work in hospitality, surely you know how to handle these little problems. Jessica, why don't you tell Michael more about your father's new development project? I felt a familiar buzz from my phone. The resort's security team sending their nightly report. I excused myself, not that anyone besides Maria noticed, and stepped into the house. Through the window, I could see Jessica touching Michael's arm, laughing at something he'd said. My husband was beaming at the attention. The security report included camera footage from the beach house. I watched Regina and Amanda in the kitchen earlier, spiking my water glass with what appeared to be liquid laxative. How original. I typed a quick message to my head of security. Proceed with Protocol 17. When I returned to the terrace, Regina was holding court. Really, Sarah? I don't know why you insist on wearing that Target dress to dinner. We have standards here. Right, Michael? My husband shifted uncomfortably but said nothing. Jessica smirked behind her wine glass. Speaking of standards, Regina continued, I've been thinking. This house really isn't big enough for everyone. Sarah, dear, perhaps you'd be more comfortable at one of the budget hotels in town. This is a family gathering after all. I watched Michael, waiting for him to defend me. Instead, he stared at his plate. Honey, Mom has a point. It is getting crowded, and you'd probably be more comfortable. The doors to the terrace opened. John, my head of security, appeared with two other officers. Mrs. Chen, he addressed me formally. Is everything all right? Regina stood up, outraged. Who are you? How dare you interrupt our family dinner? Sarah, since you work here, deal with this immediately. I smiled, reaching into my purse for my master keycard and ID badge. Actually, Regina, I do need to deal with this. As owner and CEO of Sapphire Bay Resorts, I'm afraid I have to inform you that your reservation has been canceled. The silence was absolute. Michael's fork clattered to his plate. Owner? Regina whispered. Yes, I replied calmly. Owner. Of this resort and the entire chain. All 17 properties, actually. And since you violated multiple terms of your rental agreement, attempting to poison another guest, for instance, I'm exercising my right to terminate your stay. But, Amanda sputtered, you're just a hotel clerk. No, that's just what you chose to believe because it fit your prejudices. I've owned this resort chain for 12 years. I let you treat me like the help because I wanted to see who you really were. Congratulations, you showed me. I turned to my husband, who was staring at me like he'd never seen me before. Michael, I'm disappointed but not surprised by your behavior. You'll be hearing from my lawyer about the divorce proceedings. And Jessica, I addressed the now pale woman, you might want to update your resume. I just bought a controlling interest in your father's company. Your position is being eliminated in tomorrow's restructuring. Regina found her voice. You can't do this. We have a contract. The contract you never bothered to read. The one that gives me the right to evict guests for cause. John, please escort everyone out. Their belongings will be sent to whatever accommodations they can find in town. I paused. Though I should warn you, I own all the luxury properties in a 50-mile radius. You might want to try the Motel 6. You've been lying to us for years. Regina shrieked as security began clearing the terrace. No, Regina. I simply let you show me who you really were. You never bothered to ask what I actually did, never showed any interest in my work or my life. You were too busy trying to replace me with someone you thought was better suited to your social status. I watched as they were escorted to their cars, Regina still protesting, Amanda in tears, Jessica trying desperately to make calls on her phone. Michael lingered. Sarah, I didn't know. That's the problem, Michael. You didn't want to know. You were so worried about keeping your mother happy that you never stood up for your wife. Good luck with the divorce. Don't worry about a settlement. I've already transferred enough to your account to buy a small condo. Maybe your mother will let you live in her pool house." As their cars disappeared down the private drive, I turned to Maria, who was watching with wide eyes. "Maria, I'd like to offer you a new position as head of housekeeping services for the resort, with full benefits and triple your current salary, of course." The woman burst into tears of joy, hugging me. "Thank you, Mrs. Chen. I can't believe you let them treat you that way all these years." I smiled, watching the sunset over my resort. Sometimes, Maria, the best revenge is simply letting people show you exactly who they are. Now, shall we discuss your new duties over dinner? I believe we have a lovely meal going to waste. The video went viral 3 days later. Someone, probably one of the kitchen staff, had recorded Regina's meltdown as security escorted her off my property. The clip of her screaming, "But we're FA while being walked to her Mercedes racked up millions of views. Social media had a field day with the beach house boss lady saga, particularly when someone dug up Regina's old Facebook posts bragging about treating the family to luxury vacations at Sapphire Bay. I watched the fallout from my private suite at the resort's penthouse, sipping coffee and reviewing acquisition proposals. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since that night. Calls from Regina, Michael, Amanda, their friends, their country club associates. I blocked them all. The only call I took was from Jessica's father. "Mrs. Chen," he'd said, his voice carefully controlled, "I believe we need to discuss the recent changes in company ownership." "Mr. Bradford," I replied, "we certainly do, particularly your daughter's involvement in attempting to break up my marriage. I'm sure the board would be interested in those text messages between her and my mother-in-law, plotting to seduce my husband during a company-sponsored event." The silence on his end was delicious. "Now," I continued, "about that merger you've been pursuing with Henderson Group. I'm prepared to make it happen, provided Jessica is relocated to your Singapore office immediately. That can be arranged." "Wonderful. My lawyers will be in touch." The divorce proceedings moved quickly. Michael's lawyer nearly choked when he saw my financial disclosures. The prenup I'd insisted on, the one Regina had called unnecessary for someone of Sarah's position, proved invaluable. Michael got exactly what we'd agreed to, enough for a modest fresh start, nothing more. Regina's attempts at damage control backfired spectacularly. Her tearful interview with a local news station, claiming she'd been blindsided by her daughter-in-law's deception, prompted my PR team to release security footage of her attempting to spike my drink. The resulting headlines weren't kind. "Mother-in-law's poisoning attempt exposed. Beach house drama continues." Amanda tried playing peacemaker, showing up at my corporate office unannounced. "Sarah, please," she begged, "Mom's a wreck. The country club is freezing her out. Her charity board asked her to step down. Can't you make this all go away?" I looked up from my laptop, where I'd been reviewing plans for my newest resort acquisition. Coincidentally, the very property Regina had been bragging about booking for next year's family vacation. "Make what go away, Amanda? The consequences of your actions? The truth about how you all treated me? Or just the public embarrassment of being exposed? We didn't know who you were." "That's exactly the point. You shouldn't have to know someone's net worth to treat them with basic respect." I turned my screen to show her the property listing. "By the way, I just bought the Vista Del Mar Resort. Your mother might want to find a new venue for her annual I'm Better Than You vacation." The aftermath rippled through their social circle. Regina's carefully curated image as the family matriarch crumbled. Her friends, those same women who'd smirked at her subtle digs about her daughter-in-law's modest background, now whispered about her behind designer handbags. The irony of them doing so in my hotels wasn't lost on me. Michael attempted reconciliation exactly once. He showed up at my corporate office wearing the suit he bought for our wedding. "I miss you," he said, standing awkwardly in front of my desk. I was wrong. I should have stood up to them. "Yes, you should have." I kept my voice neutral. "But you didn't, not once in 5 years. I didn't know you owned all this. If I'd known." "That's the problem, Michael. You needed to know I was wealthy to treat me with respect. It should have been enough that I was your wife." He left my office with slumped shoulders, finally understanding what he'd lost. Not my money. The prenup ensured he'd never had that. but my trust, my respect, and any chance of a future together. 6 months after the beach house incident, I hosted a charity gala at my flagship resort. The event raised millions for educational scholarships for hospitality workers. Maria, now my head of housekeeping services, gave a moving speech about opportunities and second chances. Regina tried to purchase a ticket. Her payment was refunded with a note. We reserve the right to refuse service. The media coverage was extensive. Business magazines that had once dismissed me as lucky or in the right place at the right time now praised my strategic brilliance in building my empire. A famous business journal wanted to profile me for their Women in Leadership issue. Looking back, I told the interviewer, I'm almost grateful for how they treated me. It taught me valuable lessons about character, about how people behave when they think you're beneath them. I've incorporated those lessons into my company culture. Every employee, from dishwasher to executive, is treated with equal respect. The article went viral. Applications to work at my resorts tripled. I instituted a new hiring policy. Any hint of elitism or superiority in an interview was automatic disqualification. 1 year after the beach house incident, I received an invitation to Michael and Jessica's engagement party. Apparently, she'd returned from Singapore and they'd reconnected. The venue? One of my competitors' hotels, the only luxury property in the area I didn't own. I sent a gift, a framed copy of the rental agreement from that fateful beach weekend with a clause about behavior-based eviction highlighted. My note read, "Congratulations. May your new family treat each other better than your last one treated me." Regina, I heard, had sold her beach house, the one she'd spent years renovating to keep up with the Sapphire Bay aesthetic. The buyer, my company, through a shell corporation. I had it converted into a retreat center for overworked hospitality employees. The transformation of my business continued. Sapphire Bay Resorts became known for more than luxury. We were celebrated for our corporate culture, our employee retention, and our zero-tolerance policy for guest harassment of staff. Maria's daughter became our first scholarship recipient, heading to Cornell's hotel management program with a full ride. When Regina's friends complained about the decline in service standards, since I'd instituted my progressive policies, I had their memberships in our loyalty program revoked. The final twist came during a routine business acquisition 2 years later. I was reviewing the purchase of a small but exclusive country club, the very one where Regina had held court for decades. Mrs. Chen, my assistant, said, "There's one small detail you should know. Mrs. Regina Wallace holds a lifetime membership." I smiled, thinking of all those years of condescension, of being treated like the help, of watching my husband fail to defend me. Please inform Mrs. Wallace that under new ownership, all memberships are subject to review. Her presence would make other members uncomfortable. I used the exact words she used about me at the beach house. The letter terminating her membership was delivered the same day she received an invitation to Michael and Jessica's wedding, at a budget hotel ballroom. Apparently, Jessica's father's new Singapore-based position had affected their circumstances more than expected. I donated Regina's membership fees to the scholarship fund. The first recipient? Maria's youngest daughter, who dreamed of owning her own hotel someday. Sometimes, sitting in my penthouse office overlooking the ocean, I think about that last family dinner at the beach house. The shock on their faces, the sudden realization that the person they'd dismissed had held the power all along. But real power, I've learned, isn't in wealth or status. It's in being true to yourself, in treating everyone with dignity regardless of their position, and in never letting anyone else define your worth. Regina still drives past the resort sometimes. I've seen her car slow down at the gates, seen her stare at the sign that bears my name. I wonder if she finally understands that her greatest mistake wasn't in underestimating my wealth. It was in underestimating my worth. The beach house where it all ended is now my favorite private retreat. I've kept one thing from that last dinner, the wine glass Regina tried to spike. It sits in a display case in my office, a reminder that success isn't just about making money. It's about maintaining your dignity while letting others reveal their true character. Last week, I received a letter from Michael. Inside was an invitation to his and Jessica's wedding, along with a handwritten note. "I know you won't come, but I wanted you to see what rock bottom looks like. You were right about everything. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner." I sent back a response on Sapphire Bay letterhead. "Congratulations. I've booked you the honeymoon suite at our Singapore property. Consider it my wedding gift." and a reminder that class has nothing to do with money. The suite, of course, didn't exist, but I'm sure they'll figure that out when they get there. After all, some lessons are best learned the hard way.
Take the bus to your graduation, Dad said without looking up from his phone. We need to take your brother car shopping that morning. He's had his eye on the new Tesla. I stood in our luxury kitchen, still holding my graduation invitation. After 4 years of maintaining a perfect GPA at Stanford Business School while secretly building my tech empire, this was the final straw. It's my graduation, Dad, I said quietly. From Stanford. With honors. Mom fluttered around the kitchen, avoiding eye contact. Olivia, honey, you know how important this is for Andrew. He just made junior partner at his law firm. He needs to make the right impression. Right impression. That's all they'd ever cared about. My brother Andrew, with his law degree and designer suits, was their pride and joy. Meanwhile, I was the disappointment who'd turned down a stable law career to study business and technology. The bus route goes right to campus, Dad added, finally glancing up. Besides, it's not like you have anyone special coming to watch. No boyfriend, no big career plans. If only they knew. But they'd never bothered to ask what I actually did with my time. Never questioned how I paid for my apartment in Palo Alto or funded my little tech projects, as they called them. Fine, I said, turning to leave. Enjoy the Tesla showroom. Back in my apartment, I checked my crypto holdings, up another $1 billion after my latest blockchain platform went viral in Asia. My phone buzzed with messages from my executive team, updating me on our newest acquisition. Miss Walker, my AI assistant chimed. The board meeting for Walker Tech is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Also, Forbes wants to confirm the photo shoot for their 30 under 30-foot cover. I smiled, remembering Dad's comment about no career plans. If he'd ever bothered to look beyond his precious Andrew, he might have noticed that his 24-year-old daughter had built a $13.8 billion tech empire right under his nose. The next morning, I woke up to news alerts about Walker Tech's latest innovation, a revolutionary quantum computing breakthrough that had our stock soaring. My phone lit up with a text from Andrew. Hey sis, getting my new Tesla today. Dad's going all out Model-S plaid. Maybe you can get a ride sometime, winking face. I glanced out my window at my garage, where my limited edition Bugatti sat next to my own Tesla, one I'd bought directly from Elon Musk during a private meeting last month. But of course my family didn't know about that either. 3 days before graduation, Mom called. Honey, about graduation, we might be a little late. Andrew's Tesla needs some custom modifications, and the appointment is that morning. Don't worry about it, I cut her off. I'm sure the bus will get me there on time. What they didn't know was that I'd arranged something special for graduation day. Something that would finally force them to really see me for the first time. The morning of graduation, I dressed carefully in a custom Chanel suit under my graduation robe. My phone buzzed with congratulations from tech CEOs and world leaders, people who actually knew who I was. As I prepared to leave, my assistant called. Miss Walker, everything is set for today. The dean has the announcement ready, and the Wall Street Journal is running the story right after the ceremony. Perfect, I smiled, grabbing my keys, to the Bugatti, not the bus. Time to show my family exactly what their disappointment has been up to. I arrived at Stanford's campus early, watching as families streamed in. Right on schedule, I saw my parents and Andrew pull up in his new Tesla, all of them looking proud and polished. They didn't even notice me walking past them toward the graduates' gathering area. The ceremony began and I sat quietly, waiting for the moment I'd planned. The dean approached the podium, clearing his throat for what would be the most important announcement of the day. My phone buzzed one last time, a text from Andrew. Nice of you to actually show up. Too bad you had to take the bus, face with tears of joy. I smiled, tucking my phone away. In about 10 minutes, that Tesla wouldn't seem quite so impressive anymore. The graduation ceremony proceeded with its usual pomp and circumstance. From my seat, I could see my family in the audience. Dad checking his phone, Mom admiring Andrew's new Tesla key fob, and Andrew himself taking selfies with his car visible in the background. Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. Before we begin conferring degrees, the dean announced, his voice carrying across the packed auditorium, we have a special recognition to make. Stanford Business School has a long history of exceptional graduates, but today we celebrate someone truly extraordinary. I felt my heart racing as he continued. Among us sits the youngest self-made billionaire in tech history. At just 24, she has revolutionized quantum computing, blockchain technology, and artificial intelligence. Her companies employ over 20,000 people worldwide, and her innovations have changed the very fabric of modern technology. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I could see my father finally looking up from his phone, his brow furrowed in confusion. Please join me in recognizing Olivia Walker, founder and CEO of Walker Tech Enterprises, whose net worth exceeded $13.8 billion this morning after her company's latest breakthrough in quantum computing. The auditorium erupted in gasps and applause. I stood up, smoothing my graduation robe. Through the sea of faces I found my family. Mom's program had slipped from her fingers. Andrew's mouth hung open, his Tesla keys forgotten in his lap. Dad looked like he'd seen a ghost. Miss Walker, the dean continued, has also made history by becoming the largest private donor in Stanford's history, with her recent $2 billion contribution to our technology and research departments. More applause. More gasps. I made my way to the stage as photos of my achievements flashed on the giant screens. My companies, my innovations, my successes. All the things my family had never bothered to notice. And now, the dean smiled, Miss Walker would like to say a few words. I approached the podium, removing my graduation robe to reveal my Chanel suit. The audience fell silent. Thank you, Dean Matthews. 4 years ago I started my journey at Stanford with a dream and an algorithm. While everyone thought I was just studying, I was building. While some were buying cars, I paused, letting my eyes find Andrew. I was creating the future. I could see reporters scribbling frantically, cameras flashing. The Wall Street Journal article would be going live any minute now. Today, Walker Tech Enterprises isn't just a company, it's a revolution. Our quantum computing breakthrough this morning didn't just make headlines. It changed what's possible. And yes, I did all this while maintaining a perfect GPA. Mom was crying now, but for once they weren't tears of disappointment. Dad sat frozen, probably calculating how many Teslas you could buy with $13.8 billion. To those who think success has a single path, who measure worth by the car you drive or the law firm you work for, think bigger. Sometimes the biggest achievements happen quietly, while everyone else is looking the other way. I pulled out my phone, displaying the latest Walker Tech stock price on the screens. The numbers made Andrew's Tesla look like pocket change. And yes, Dad, I added, allowing myself a small smile, I did take the bus sometimes. Not because I had to, but because while everyone was showing off their cars, I was busy building an empire. The applause was deafening. In the audience, I could see tech industry leaders, people who'd known my secret all along, nodding in approval. My executive team, scattered throughout the crowd, were grinning proudly. As I returned to my seat, my phone buzzed with a message from my assistant. Your Bugatti is ready out front for the photos, Miss Walker. And the Wall Street Journal article just went live. Perfect timing. After the ceremony, I stood by my Bugatti while photographers captured the youngest billionaire graduate for their headlines. The car's crystal white finish gleamed in the California sun, making Andrew's Tesla look almost ordinary in comparison. I watched my family approaching slowly, like they were walking through a dream. Mom's makeup was streaked with tears, Dad's usual confident stride had vanished, and Andrew, well, he looked like someone had just told him Santa wasn't real. Olivia. Mom's voice trembled. How, when? For years, I said simply, handing my keys to the valet. While you were all focused on Andrew's law career, I built something bigger. But you never said anything, Dad stammered, his eyes darting between me and the reporters. All those times we talked about your future. You mean all those times you talked about my lack of direction? I corrected him. You never asked what I was actually doing. You were too busy buying Teslas. Andrew stepped forward, his new car keys clutched tightly in his hand. This isn't possible. You're my little sister. You're a billionaire? I finished for him. CEO of 5 companies, owner of the largest quantum computing platform in the world. Yes, I am. And I did it all while you were making fun of me for taking the bus. My assistant appeared with a tablet. Miss Walker, Mr. Musk is on the line. He wants to discuss the satellite partnership. Tell him I'll call back, I said, watching my father's eyes widen at the casual mention of Elon Musk. I'm having a family moment. Mom burst into fresh tears. Why didn't you tell us? We're your family. Would you have believed me? I asked quietly. When I tried to tell you about my first company, you told me to focus on finding a husband. When I mentioned my tech projects, Dad suggested I get a real job like Andrew. My phone buzzed, another stock alert. Walker Tech had jumped another 12% since the graduation announcement. I wanted to prove something, I continued. Not just to you but to everyone who thinks success only looks one way. While you were all focused on appearances, I was focused on innovation. Dad stepped forward, his voice uncharacteristically humble. Olivia, we were wrong. I know, I smiled. But that's not why I did this. I did it because I saw a future nobody else could see. The fact that it finally made you notice me? That's just a bonus. Andrew was still staring at my Bugatti. All those times I offered you rides. I had a driver, I shrugged. And this car. And that one. I pointed to the McLaren parked nearby. And a few others. But watching you all think I couldn't afford basic transportation? That was educational. A group of tech executives approached, waiting to speak with me. The Wall Street Journal article had gone viral, and my phone wouldn't stop buzzing with congratulations and partnership offers. I have meetings, I told my family. But let's have dinner tonight. I'll send my jet to pick up Grammy. She's known about this all along. She was my first investor. Grammy knew. Mom gasped. Of course she did. She actually asked what I was doing with my life instead of telling me what I should be doing. As I turned to leave, Dad caught my arm. We were so wrong about you. So focused on the wrong things. Yes, you were, I agreed. But here's the thing about success, Dad. It doesn't need anyone's permission or approval. It just needs vision and determination. I handed him a business card, sleek, black, with just my name and CO Walker Tech Enterprises in silver. Tonight, 7 p.m. at my penthouse. The driver knows the way. And Andrew. I called over my shoulder. You might want to park that Tesla around back. The security team needs the front spaces for the Forbes photo shoot. As I walked away, surrounded by executives and reporters, I heard Andrew mutter, I can't believe my little sister is a billionaire. I smiled, remembering all the times they dismissed me, underestimated me, ignored my potential. Sometimes the best revenge isn't proving people wrong. It's becoming so incredibly right that they can never see you the same way again. That evening, as my family sat in my penthouse, still processing the day's revelations, I raised my glass in a toast to taking the bus and building an empire while everyone else was showing off their cars. The view of Stanford from my windows was spectacular, but the view of my family's changed perspective? That was priceless. The law office of Harrison and Associates screamed old money, from its mahogany-paneled walls to the pretentious oil paintings of former partners. I sat in the leather chair outside the conference room, watching my siblings arrive one by one, each pointedly ignoring my presence. Michael came first in his custom Italian suit, already wearing the smug expression he'd perfected over 40 years as Dad's golden child. Then came Elizabeth, dripping in designer labels, her diamond rings catching the light as she texted furiously on her phone. Finally, Thomas slouched in, trying to look like he hadn't just rolled out of bed despite his rumpled appearance. Miss Carter. The receptionist's voice was apologetic. Mr. Harrison says the reading is for heirs only. I could feel my siblings' satisfied smirks without even looking at them. This was exactly what they'd expected, what they'd probably arranged. Funny thing about that, I said, rising smoothly and gathering my briefcase. I have an appointment with Mr. Harrison. Sarah, Michael's condescending voice cut in, don't make this more embarrassing than it needs to be. We all know Dad cut you out years ago. Ah yes, the famous cutting out. All because I'd refused to join the family real estate business, choosing instead to start my own company. Dad had been furious, declaring I was no longer his daughter. Little did he know what I'd been building while they weren't watching. Actually, I replied, checking my watch, I'm right on time for my 10 a.m. The conference room door opened and James Harrison himself stepped out. His eyes widened slightly when he saw me, but he maintained his professional demeanor. Miss Carter, thank you for coming. Please all of you come in. Michael's face darkened. Jim, she's not supposed to be here. Dad was very clear about Dash. About his will, yes, Harrison interrupted smoothly. But Miss Carter has some relevant information we need to discuss first. I followed them into the conference room, taking a seat directly opposite my siblings. The leather chair creaked as I set my briefcase on the polished table. "Before we begin the reading," Harrison said, "Ms. Carter has requested a few minutes to present some documents." "This is ridiculous," Elizabeth snapped, finally looking up from her phone. "We all know Sarah was disinherited. She's just trying to cause trouble like always." I smiled, pulling out a stack of folders. "Actually, Liz, I'm here to save everyone some time. You see, before we get into what Dad left in his will, we should probably discuss what he actually owned when he died." Thomas frowned, his perpetual hangover apparently making it hard to follow. "What are you talking about? Dad owned everything: the apartment buildings, the office complexes, the shopping centers." "Did he?" I started laying out documents on the table. "Because these property deeds tell a different story." Michael grabbed the nearest folder, his face going pale as he read. This can't be right." "Oh, but it is," I said, continuing to arrange papers. "You see, while you were all busy running Dad's company into the ground, I was quietly buying up his properties. One by one, through shell companies and investment groups. Did none of you ever wonder why your biggest competitors were suddenly these mysterious corporate entities?" Elizabeth was frantically flipping through documents now, her perfectly manicured nails trembling. The Riverside Apartments, the Maxwell Office Park, the Highland Shopping Complex. These all belong to Carter Investment Group. I finished for her. "My company." "Well, companies technically. I have several." "But that's impossible," Michael sputtered. "Those are billion-dollar properties." "Yes, they are," I agreed. "And they've been mine for years. Dad was so busy being angry at me for not joining the family business he never noticed I was building my own. A much more successful one, as it turns out." Harrison cleared his throat. "This is why I agreed to this meeting. Miss Carter now owns approximately 85% of what you all thought was your inheritance." The silence in the room was deafening. Thomas had finally stopped looking hungover and was now just looking sick. "When," he whispered. "How? Remember when Dad started having cash flow problems 3 years ago? When he had to start selling properties to keep the company afloat?" I leaned back in my chair. "Who did you think was buying them?" "It started with the Riverside Apartments," I continued, enjoying their stunned expressions. "Dad was so proud of never selling to major corporations, always dealing with local investors. He never bothered to check that Highland Investment Partners was actually my company. Then came Maxwell Office Park through Summit Enterprises, also mine. By the time I bought the Highland Shopping Complex, he was practically giving properties away. But the family business," Michael stammered, "is basically just a management company now," I finished. "Managing properties that belong to me. Congratulations, you've all been working for me for the past 3 years." Elizabeth's face had gone from shock to calculating. Typical Liz, always looking for an angle. "Daddy's will can challenge these sales," she said. "We can prove you took advantage dash." "No," Harrison interrupted, "you can't. I reviewed all the transactions personally. They were completely legitimate fair market value sales. Miss Carter simply had better business acumen than." He paused diplomatically. "Other parties involved." "Did Dad know?" Thomas asked quietly. At the end, I felt a flicker of emotion quickly suppressed. "Yes. I told him 2 weeks before he died." "Would you like to know what he said?" They leaned forward despite themselves. "He laughed," I said softly. "Actually laughed. Said he should have known the daughter who refused to join his company would be the one to beat him at his own game." Michael's face had turned an interesting shade of purple. "This is a trick. Some kind of manipulation dash. Would you like to see the bank transfers?" I offered, pulling out more documents. "The property assessments? The current rental income statements? I have it all here. While you 3 were playing at being real estate moguls, I was building an actual empire." "But you run a tiny investment firm," Elizabeth protested. "That little office downtown is the headquarters of a multi-billion-dollar corporation," I corrected. "Just because I don't feel the need to show off doesn't mean I'm not successful." Something Dad finally understood right before the end. Harrison cleared his throat again. "Perhaps now would be a good time to read the will?" I nodded, settling back to watch the show. "To my children Michael, Elizabeth, and Thomas," Harrison read, "I leave my remaining business interests and properties. which, as Ms. Carter has demonstrated, consists mainly of the management company and a few smaller properties. My siblings sat in stunned silence as Harrison continued. To my daughter Sarah, I could feel their shock at hearing my name. I leave my private art collection and personal properties along with an apology. You proved me wrong, and I've never been happier to be wrong in my life. Elizabeth's phone slipped from her hand, clattering on the table. The art collection? But that's worth more than what's left of the business? I smiled. Yes, I know. Ironic, isn't it? This can't be legal, Michael declared, standing up. I'm calling our lawyers. Feel free, I said, gathering my documents. Though you might want to check the management company's contracts first. All those properties you've been managing? Those contracts are up for renewal next month. The threat hung in the air. Without those management contracts, their company would be worth practically nothing. You wouldn't, Thomas said. We're family. Family. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Was it family when you all supported Dad cutting me out? When you mocked my little investment firm? When you spread rumors in the industry about my competence? I stood, straightening my jacket. But you're right. We are family. Which is why I'm offering you all jobs working for me. Real positions, no nepotism. You'll start at entry level like everyone else. Entry level? Elizabeth looked like she might faint. But we have experience, No, I corrected. You have practice at spending Dad's money. Now you can learn how to actually earn it. Harrison was trying to hide a smile behind his hand. He'd watched this family's drama unfold for 30 years. This must be better than television for him. The management contracts, Michael said, his voice hollow. How much? Let's discuss it next week. My office, 9 a.m. Monday. Don't be late. I'm not as forgiving as Dad was about tardiness. As I walked to the door, I paused. Oh, and Elizabeth? That penthouse apartment you live in? The one Dad gave you for your wedding? The rent's going up. Market rates, you understand. Business is business. The last thing I heard as I left was Thomas's weak voice. Does anyone else feel like we've been playing Monopoly while she was playing chess? In the elevator, I finally let myself feel everything I'd been suppressing. Dad's last words to me played in my head. I was wrong, Sarah. So wrong. You didn't reject the family business. You reinvented it. My phone buzzed, a text from Mycio. How'd it go? Just as expected, I replied. Tell HR to prepare 3 entry-level training packages. And contact building management at Elizabeth's penthouse. Time to adjust the rent to market rate. Another buzz. Ruthless. I love it. Lunch to celebrate. Can't, I texted back. Meeting with the art appraiser about Dad's collection. Apparently he had better taste than his children. Stepping out into the sunshine, I took a deep breath. The city skyline spread out before me, half the buildings owned by my companies. Not bad for the daughter they'd written off as a failure. My phone buzzed again, Michael trying to call. I declined it, sending a quick text. All business matters through proper channels. Monday 9 a.m. Don't forget to bring your resume. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even. It's rising so far above them they can't even see you anymore. And sometimes, the greatest legacy isn't what you inherit, but what you build while everyone else is waiting for their inheritance. Dad understood that in the end. Now it was time for my siblings to learn the same lesson, the hard way. As I drove back to my office, my real office, not the small front they all knew about, I couldn't help but smile. Monday morning would be interesting. Very interesting indeed. After all, nothing teaches humility quite like realizing the sister you dismissed as a failure has been your landlord all along. Let the lessons begin.
My mother always told me that success was like an iceberg. What people see is just the tip, while the real work lies hidden beneath the surface. I never truly understood what she meant until I became that iceberg myself. I'm Emma Chin, and this is the story of how I went from being the embarrassing waitress in my husband's family to watching their perfectly crafted world crumble in a single evening. Growing up in a modest apartment above my parents' small restaurant in San Francisco's Chinatown, I learned the value of hard work before I could even reach the kitchen counter. By age 8, I was folding napkins and greeting customers. By 12, I was managing the books better than my father. Emma, come help me with these calculations, my father would call out, his reading glasses perched precariously on his nose. I'd rush over, excited to help. The profit margin is too low, bah. If we adjust the menu prices by just 10%, we could. He'd laugh, ruffling my hair. My little business genius. You'll go far, Emma. Those early years taught me everything about business, people, and the power of perception. While other kids played with toys, I played with spreadsheets and business models. My parents worked 18-hour days to put me through college, and I was determined to make their sacrifice count. At Stanford, I developed an AI-driven financial analysis system that caught the attention of major investment firms. By 25, I had transformed that system into FinTech Solutions, one of the fastest-growing financial technology companies in Silicon Valley. But I kept my success quiet, preferring to work behind the scenes while letting others be the face of the company. Then I met Michael. It was at a small coffee shop near my old neighborhood. I was in my usual weekend attire, jeans, a simple sweater, and worn sneakers, working on my laptop when he quite literally crashed into my table. "Oh God, I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, helping me save my laptop from his spilled coffee. I was texting and walking, terrible habit, I know. I looked up to see warm brown eyes and an apologetic smile that made my heart skip a beat. "No harm done," I said, helping him mop up the spill. "I'm Emma." "Michael, please let me buy you another coffee to make up for nearly drowning your laptop." One coffee turned into dinner, which turned into more dinners. Michael was different from the tech bros and finance guys I usually encountered. He was a high school history teacher who spoke passionately about making education accessible to underprivileged students. He didn't care about stock prices or market trends. He cared about people. When he proposed 6 months later, I said yes without hesitation. That's when I met his family and everything changed. The Blackwoods were old money, the kind that filled their conversations with casual mentions of summer homes and yacht clubs. Michael's sister, Victoria, was particularly proud of her position as marketing director at Preston & Shaw, one of the largest investment firms in the city. From the moment we met at their family estate, Victoria made her feelings clear. "So, Emma," she said during our first dinner together, swirling her wine glass with practiced elegance, "Michael mentions you work in the service industry." I could have corrected her, could have mentioned that I owned a company worth billions, but something held me back. Maybe it was the way she said service industry, like it was a contagious disease, or maybe it was simple curiosity about how people behave when they think they have the upper hand. "I help run a family business," I said simply. "Oh, the little Chinese restaurant?" Victoria's perfectly manicured hand flew to her chest in fake concern. "How quaint. Although I suppose someone has to do those jobs." Michael shifted uncomfortably but said nothing. His mother, Eleanor, jumped in with fake cheerfulness. "Well, not everyone can have Victoria's success. She just closed a major marketing campaign for Preston & Shaw." The CEO himself praised her work. I had to bite back a smile at that. Preston & Shaw was one of the many companies that licensed my financial analysis software. In fact, they were in the process of negotiating a larger contract with my firm. "That's impressive," I said sincerely. Victoria preened. The next few months established a pattern. Every family gathering became an opportunity for Victoria to showcase her superiority and remind everyone of my unfortunate background. Michael would squeeze my hand under the table but never openly defended me. "They're just set in their ways," he'd say later. "Give them time." Then came the announcement. Victoria was organizing a grand party at the Blackwood estate to celebrate her promotion to senior marketing director. The guest list included Preston & Shaw's executive team and several major clients. "Of course, Emma," Victoria said during the planning dinner, her smile sharp as a knife. "We'll need extra help with service. Since you have experience waiting tables, would you mind helping out? The professional staff could use someone to direct them." Eleanor clapped her hands. "What a wonderful idea. Emma knows all about running a restaurant. It's perfect." I met Victoria's smug gaze across the table. "Of course," I said calmly. "I'd be happy to help." Later that night, Michael tried to apologize. "You don't have to do this. We can tell them you're not feeling well." "No," I said, a plan already forming in my mind. "I want to help. After all, it's a big night for Victoria. Everything should be perfect." What they didn't know was that I had received an interesting email that morning. Preston & Shaw's CEO, James Preston himself, wanted to meet the mysterious founder of FinTech Solutions to discuss a potential merger. He would be attending Victoria's party. The pieces were falling into place, and for the first time since meeting the Blackwoods, I felt a genuine smile spread across my face. Victoria had no idea that her perfect party was about to become the stage for something far more interesting than her promotion celebration. Sometimes, I reflected, the best revenge isn't about getting even. It's about revealing the truth in the most spectacular way possible. And I had a feeling this party was going to be very spectacular indeed. The day of Victoria's party arrived with all the subtlety of a Broadway production. The Blackwood estate had been transformed into what Eleanor kept calling a tasteful display of success. To me, it looked more like a desperate attempt to impress. Crystal chandeliers had been brought in specially for the evening. Ice sculptures dotted the garden. A string quartet played in the corner. The irony wasn't lost on me that the party's budget probably exceeded Victoria's annual salary. Emma, Victoria's sharp voice cut through my observations. She was already dressed in a designer gown that probably cost more than my parents' first restaurant. The catering staff is waiting in the kitchen. Do try to keep them organized. And please, she looked pointedly at my simple black dress, stay in the background. This is an important night for me. I nodded demurely. Of course, Victoria, I'll make sure everything runs smoothly. Michael caught my arm as I headed toward the kitchen. You don't have to do this, he whispered. We can leave right now. I touched his cheek gently. Don't worry. Everything will work out exactly as it should. In the kitchen, I found the catering team looking harried. Victoria had apparently been through earlier, making multiple last-minute demands. Mrs. Chen, a young server approached me nervously. Ms. Blackwood wants the champagne served at precisely 8:15 for her speech, but she also wants continuous tray service, and we're short-staffed. I smiled reassuringly. Let me help. I have some experience with this. For the next hour, I worked alongside the catering team, expertly managing the flow of service while keeping an eye on the arriving guests. Victoria fluttered around the room, drinking champagne and laughing too loudly at her colleagues' jokes. Did you see Emma? I overheard her telling a group of guests. My brother's wife. She's helping the servers. It's really where she's most comfortable, poor thing. Some people just aren't meant for our world. Eleanor joined in. We tried to include her, of course. It's what family does. But there's only so much one can do with limited resources. I continued serving drinks, watching as more Preston and Shaw executives arrived. James Preston himself was expected at 8:00 p.m., just before Victoria's big speech. At 7:55, my phone buzzed. A text from my CFO. Everything's ready. Documents signed. You're good to go. I smiled. Perfect timing. Victoria was getting increasingly tipsy, her voice carrying across the room. You know, she told a group of her colleagues when Michael first brought her home. I thought surely he was joking. I mean, a waitress. But Mother says we must be charitable. Speaking of charity, Eleanor added, we're thinking of offering to help them with a down payment on a small condo. Nothing too close to our neighborhood, of course, but somewhere suitable. Just then, a ripple of excitement moved through the crowd. James Preston had arrived. Victoria practically sprinted to the door, champagne sloshing in her glass. Mr. Preston, we're so honored you could make it. James Preston was an imposing figure in his perfectly tailored suit. His eyes scanned the room and landed on me. For a moment, confusion crossed his face. Victoria, misinterpreting his look, rushed to explain. Oh, don't mind her. That's just my brother's wife helping with service. Now, let me show you the amazing marketing presentation I've prepared. Actually, James interrupted, still looking at me. Isn't that? I handed my serving tray to a nearby waiter and walked over. Victoria's face twisted in embarrassment. Emma, please, Mr. Preston doesn't need a drink right now. Go back to the kitchen where you belong. Hello, James, I said calmly. Thank you for coming tonight. The color drained from Victoria's face as James broke into a broad smile. Mrs. Chen, I didn't expect to find you serving drinks at your own party. My own? Victoria's voice had risen an octave. Well, yes, James continued. Given that FinTech Solutions just acquired controlling interest in Preston and Shaw, I assumed this party was to announce the merger. He turned to me. Unless you wanted to keep that quiet for now. The room had gone completely silent. Even the string quartet had stopped playing. Victoria's champagne glass slipped from her fingers, shattering on the marble floor. I had him understand, she stammered. Emma's a waitress. She runs a small Chinese restaurant. A restaurant? James laughed. Mrs. Chen is the founder and CEO of FinTech Solutions. She just became my boss, and effectively yours too. He turned back to me. Those algorithmic improvements you suggested for our trading platform are brilliant, by the way. Eleanor had grabbed onto a nearby chair for support. This must be a mistake. Emma's not. She couldn't be. Oh, but I am, I said softly, but in the silent room, every word carried. FinTech Solutions has been my company from the beginning. And as of 10 minutes ago, we own 51% of Preston and Shaw. I turned to Victoria, including the marketing department. Victoria's face had turned an interesting shade of green. But all those times you treated me like a servant. I finished for her, made comments about my background, suggested I wasn't good enough for your family. I smiled. I remembered every single one. Michael had pushed his way through the crowd. Emma, why didn't you tell me? Would it have made a difference? I asked quietly. Would you have stood up to your family if you knew I was wealthy? Because you never stood up for me when you thought I wasn't. The weight of those words hung in the air. Michael stepped back, his face a mask of shame. James cleared his throat. Well, since we're all here, shall we make the announcement official? Preston and Shaw's new direction under FinTech Solutions leadership. Of course, I agreed. Victoria, I believe you had a speech prepared about the company's future. Would you like to deliver it, or shall I? Victoria swayed slightly, then turned and ran from the room, Eleanor hurrying after her. I took a champagne glass from a nearby tray and clinked it gently. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. The aftermath of my announcement rippled through the Blackwood family like a tidal wave. As I stood at the podium outlining FinTech Solutions' vision for Preston and Shaw's future, I could see various family members processing their new reality in different ways. Michael had retreated to a corner, looking shell-shocked. Eleanor was nowhere to be seen, presumably having followed Victoria. Mr. Blackwood, who had been unusually quiet throughout my time in the family, stood by the bar with an empty glass, looking thoughtful. After the formal announcement, James Preston pulled me aside. That was quite a dramatic reveal, he said, his eyes twinkling. Though I must admit, I'm curious why you let them believe you were a waitress for so long. I sipped my champagne. Sometimes people show you who they really are when they think you're beneath them. He nodded sagely. Well, their loss is our gain. I look forward to working with you, properly this time. As the party began to wind down, Victoria reappeared, her makeup hastily fixed, but her composure clearly fragile. She marched straight toward me. You humiliated me, she hissed, in front of everyone who matters in my professional life. No, Victoria, I replied calmly. You humiliated yourself. I simply allowed you to do it in front of witnesses. I'll resign. I won't work for you. That's your choice. But before you make it, you should know that every major firm in the city has already heard about tonight's events. Your reputation for looking down on service workers while unknowingly insulting your CEO won't help your job search. She deflated slightly, reality setting in. What do you want from me? I want you to learn from this. Starting Monday, you'll be working with our community outreach program. We're partnering with several local restaurants and small businesses to provide financial technology support. You'll be reporting directly to my mother. Your mother? Victoria looked confused. Yes, she still runs the family restaurant by choice, not necessity. She'll be overseeing our small business initiative. I think you'll learn a lot about real business acumen from her. Victoria opened her mouth to protest, then closed it again. For the first time since I'd known her, she looked uncertain. Eleanor approached next, her usual perfectly composed facade cracking. Emma, surely we can discuss this privately. We're family after all. Family? I turned to face her. For 3 years, you've treated me like an embarrassment. You excluded me from family photos, seated me with the staff at gatherings, and made countless comments about my unfortunate background. When exactly did you consider me family? We didn't know that I was wealthy, and that's the point, isn't it? You thought I was poor, so I wasn't good enough. Now that you know I'm rich, suddenly you want to talk. Mr. Blackwood stepped forward, surprising everyone. She's right, Eleanor. We've behaved abominably. He turned to me. I've sat back and watched this family's values deteriorate into something I don't recognize. Perhaps this wake-up call was overdue. Finally, Michael approached. The room had cleared out, leaving just the family. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked quietly. "I wanted to, so many times. But each time you stayed silent while your family belittled me, I realized something. If you couldn't respect me as a waitress, you didn't deserve to know me as a CEO." "I love you," he said desperately. "Love without respect isn't enough, Michael. Every time you let your family treat me as less than human, you showed me exactly what our marriage was worth to you. I can change, now that I know. Now that you know I'm wealthy. That's not change, Michael. That's just adjusting your behavior to suit your interests." I slipped off my wedding ring and placed it on the table between us. "I filed for divorce last week. You'll be hearing from my lawyers. Emma, please. I have a meeting with the Preston and Shaw board tomorrow morning. Victoria, I expect you at the restaurant at 9 a.m. Monday. My mother doesn't tolerate tardiness." I turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and Eleanor, the estate looks lovely, but you might want to enjoy it while you can. The bank just approved my bid to buy it. I think it'll make a wonderful location for our new charitable foundation, providing education and opportunities for service industry workers." The look on their faces was priceless, but I didn't stay to savor it. As I walked out into the cool night air, my phone buzzed with a text from my mother. "Coming to the restaurant for late dinner? Your father made your favorite." I smiled, typing back a quick yes. 20 minutes later, I sat in the familiar warmth of my parents' restaurant, eating dumplings and telling them about the evening's events. "Ah, yeah," my mother said, shaking her head. "Such drama. But good. Some people need to learn respect the hard way." My father nodded sagely. "Success without humility is like a tree without roots. It topples in the first strong wind." As I helped them close up for the night, yes, the CEO of FinTech Solutions still helps wash dishes, I reflected on the journey that brought me here. The little girl who once counted coins at this very counter now counted her wealth in billions. But the most valuable lessons I'd learned weren't about money at all. They were about respect, integrity, and the courage to stand up for your worth. 6 months later, Victoria had transformed under my mother's mentorship, discovering a genuine passion for helping small businesses succeed. The Blackwood Estate had become the Chen Foundation for Educational Opportunity, offering programs for underprivileged students and service industry workers looking to advance their careers. Michael sent occasional emails, but I never responded. Some bridges, once burned, should stay crossed. As for me, I finally stepped into the public eye as FinTech Solutions CEO, but I never stopped helping at my parents' restaurant on weekends. It keeps me grounded, reminds me of where I came from. Sometimes customers do a double take when they realize their soup is being served by a billionaire CEO. I just smile and ask if they need extra napkins. After all, success is like an iceberg. What people see is just the tip. The real substance, the true measure of a person's worth, lies in how they treat others, especially when they think nobody important is watching. And that's a lesson the Blackwoods learned the hard way.
The security feed on my laptop showed my parents fidgeting nervously in the executive lobby of Kingston Industries. My mother kept smoothing her designer dress, while my father checked his Rolex for the 5th time in as many minutes. "Miss Kingston will be with you shortly," my assistant Charlotte told them, suppressing a smile. They had no idea they were about to meet their daughter, the same daughter whose trust fund they'd given away 6 months ago. "How long do you want them to wait?" Charlotte's voice came through my intercom. I watched them through the feed, remembering that day in their luxury penthouse when they'd casually destroyed my future. Or so they thought. "Let them stew for another 15 minutes, I replied. "They made me wait 25 years for my trust fund. They can wait a few more minutes to meet the CEO who's buying their company." The memory played in my mind, sharp as broken glass. "We need to discuss something," Mom had said over Sunday brunch, her voice carrying that fake sweetness that always meant trouble. "It's about your trust fund." I'd looked up from my coffee, suddenly alert. The trust fund, $2 million from my grandparents, was supposed to be mine when I turned 25. That milestone was just 2 weeks away. "Your brother needs it more," she continued, not meeting my eyes. "His new business venture requires significant capital, and well, you're doing fine with your little startup." "Little startup?" I'd repeated, stunned. "TechFin Solutions employs 50 people. We're revolutionizing financial technology. Playing with computers isn't a real business," Dad had cut in. "Thomas has a concrete investment opportunity. Real estate. Something solid. Thomas. My golden child brother who'd never worked a day in his life, who'd failed at 3 different business ventures using our parents' money. That trust fund was from my grandparents, I'd protested. They left it specifically to me. And we're your parents, Mom had said firmly. We know what's best. The paperwork is already done. The money has been transferred to Thomas's account. I'd sat there, coffee growing cold, as they explained how they'd legally maneuvered around my grandparents' wishes. How they'd decided my brother's latest scheme deserved my inheritance more than I did. You don't need it anyway, Dad had added. Your lifestyle is modest. Modest. Because I lived in a small apartment and drove a used car, investing everything back into my company. Because I believed in building something real, not playing with inherited wealth. They never bothered to look at TechFin's financial reports. Never noticed that our revolutionary payment processing platform was attracting major investors. Never realized that while they were stealing my trust fund, I was building an empire. The acquisition offer for their company had landed on my desk last week. Anderson Financial, the investment firm my parents had spent 30 years building, was failing. Their old-school approach couldn't compete with modern fintech solutions like the ones TechFin had pioneered. But they didn't know TechFin was mine. Just like they didn't know that Kingston Industries, the mysterious corporation about to buy them out, was my holding company. Your brother's real estate venture failed, by the way, Charlotte reported, interrupting my thoughts. The $2 million is gone. Of course it was. Thomas had probably blown through it in months. How are the numbers looking? I asked, though I already knew. Anderson Financial's stock has dropped another 12% since news of the sale went public. Their clients are jumping ship, moving to digital platforms. Charlotte's smile was audible. Platforms like TechFin's. I turned back to the security feed. My parents were now standing, examining the modern art pieces that decorated the lobby. Pieces I'd chosen myself, though they'd never know that. Their net worth has dropped 60% in the past year, Charlotte continued. They're practically begging for this buyout. They needed this deal desperately. Kingston Industries' offer was their only hope of salvaging anything from their crumbling company. The same company they'd once used to justify stealing my inheritance. Miss Kingston is a visionary, I'd overheard Dad telling his golf buddies last week. She's revolutionizing the industry. Anderson Financial would be honored to become part of her organization. If only he knew. My phone buzzed, a text from Thomas. Hey sis, heard you're still working at that tech company. Need any help? I'm between ventures right now. I deleted it without responding. He'd burned through my trust fund and now wanted to help me? The irony was almost funny. They're getting anxious, Charlotte reported. Your father's asked 3 times when Miss Kingston will arrive. I stood up, smoothing my tailored suit. Give me 5 more minutes, then bring them to the conference room. I walked to my private bathroom, checking my appearance one last time. The woman in the mirror barely resembled the daughter they'd dismissed so easily. Gone were the casual startup clothes and minimal makeup. Today I looked every inch the CEO about to acquire their company. Everything's ready in the conference room, Charlotte confirmed. The purchase agreement is on the table. Shall I have legal standing by? No need, I replied. This meeting won't take long. I gathered the documents I'd need, financial reports showing Anderson Financial's decline, proof of their mismanagement, and most importantly, papers revealing Kingston Industries' true ownership. My parents had taken $2 million from me, thinking it would mean nothing. They were about to learn that I'd built something worth 100 times that amount. Send them in, I instructed Charlotte. Through the security feed I watched her approach my parents. Miss Kingston will see you now. They straightened up, putting on their best impression of successful business people. Mom adjusted her pearls one last time. Dad tugged at his expensive suit jacket. Thank you for waiting, Charlotte told them professionally. Miss Kingston appreciates your patience. If only they knew they were about to meet the daughter whose future they thought they'd controlled. The daughter who now controlled theirs. I sat down at the head of the conference table, arranging the papers precisely. Everything had to be perfect for this moment. A soft knock at the door. Mr. and Mrs. Anderson to see you, Miss Kingston. I smiled, thinking of my grandparents, wondering if they'd be proud of what I'd built with my own hands rather than their money. Send them in. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just success. It's making them watch as you succeed beyond their wildest dreams. My parents walked into the conference room with practiced confidence. The same fake assurance they'd shown when taking my trust fund. Mom's heels clicked against the marble floor. Dad's gold cufflinks caught the morning light. I kept my chair turned toward the window, letting them take in the expansive view of the city skyline. Ms. Kingston, my father began using his best business voice. We can't thank you enough for. I turned around slowly, enjoying the way their faces transformed from professional politeness to absolute shock. Sarah. Mom whispered, her perfectly maintained facade cracking. Actually, I replied calmly, it's Miss Kingston now. Please take a seat. They didn't move, frozen in their disbelief. Sarah, what is this? Dad demanded, finding his voice. Where is Miss Kingston? You're looking at her. I gestured to the chairs again. Sit down. We have a lot to discuss. They sank into their seats looking like they'd seen a ghost. In a way, they had the ghost of the daughter they'd underestimated. This is impossible, Mom said. You run that little tech startup. TechFin Solutions? I smiled. Yes, I do. Along with Kingston Industries and 6 other technology companies. Would you like to see the numbers? I pressed a button and the wall screen came to life with financial data. TechFin's current valuation, $850 million. Kingston Industries, $3.2 billion. Total portfolio worth, just over $5 billion. Dad's face had gone pale. But you never said. You never asked. I opened the folder in front of me. Too busy giving my trust fund to Thomas for his concrete investments. How did that work out, by the way? Mom flinched. Thomas made some mistakes. He lost $2 million in 3 months, I corrected. My $2 million. Money our grandparents left specifically for me. We were trying to help him, Dad protested. He needed to learn responsibility, I cut in. Instead, you enabled his failures while dismissing my success. I spread out Anderson Financial's recent performance reports. Your company is failing. Digital payment platforms are making traditional investment firms obsolete. Platforms like TechFin's. They stared at the numbers, reality slowly sinking in. The Kingston Industries buyout offer is the only thing standing between you and bankruptcy, I continued. Your clients are leaving in droves, moving to modern financial services. Services I built while you were stealing my inheritance. We didn't steal. Mom began. You took money that was legally mine and gave it to my brother without my consent. What would you call it? Silence filled the room. Outside, the city hummed with activity, unaware of the drama unfolding 50 stories up. Why didn't you tell us? Dad finally asked. About your success. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Would you have listened? You called TechFin a little startup, the same day you took my trust fund. You dismissed everything I built because it didn't fit your narrow view of success. Charlotte entered with more documents. The final purchase agreement, Ms. Kingston. Thank you, Charlotte. I opened the folder. Now, let's discuss the future of Anderson Financial. You're really buying our company? Mom's voice trembled. Yes. But not to save it, to transform it. I pushed the agreement toward them. Anderson Financial will be absorbed into TechFin's digital platform. The old way of doing business ends today. Dad reached for the papers with shaking hands. The price, it's less than we asked for. It's more than your company is worth, I corrected. I'm being generous considering your mismanagement. Generous. He looked up sharply. We're your parents. Are you? Parents support their children's dreams. They don't steal their inheritance or dismiss their achievements. Mom started crying, perfectly applied makeup running down her cheeks. We were wrong. About everything. Can't we work something out? We are. I pointed to the agreement. You can sign the papers and let me save what's left of your company, or you can watch it collapse entirely. Your choice. And Thomas? Dad asked. What about your brother? Thomas made his choices. He'll have to live with them just like you'll have to live with yours. They signed the papers slowly, defeated. Each signature represented a piece of their empire crumbling, their pride dissolving. You'll receive your final payments within 30 days, I said, gathering the documents. After that, Anderson Financial ceases to exist. That's it. Mom whispered. 30 years of building this company. No, I corrected. That's not it. There's one more thing. I pulled out another folder. The last piece of my plan. Inside is a job offer, I explained. Entry-level positions in TechFin's client transition team. You'll help traditional investors adapt to digital platforms. They stared at me in disbelief. You're offering us jobs? Dad's voice cracked. Working for you? I'm offering you a chance to learn. To understand the future you refuse to see. Starting salary is $60,000 a year. Modest by your standards, but enough to live on. 60,000? Mom looked faint. But our lifestyle will have to change. Just like the industry is changing. I stood up. You have 24 hours to decide. Charlotte will show you out. As they walked to the door, shoulders slumped, Dad turned back. You planned all this, didn't you? Buying our company, making us work for you? No, I replied honestly. I built something successful, something revolutionary. Your company's failure and my ability to buy it? That's just karma. After they left, Charlotte brought in coffee. They looked shell-shocked. Wouldn't you be? I smiled. Finding out your little startup daughter now owns your company? Will they take the jobs? I looked out at the city, thinking about pride and change and consequences. They will, I said confidently. Because they're about to learn what I learned 6 months ago. Sometimes losing everything is the first step to building something better. 3 days later, my parents started their new jobs at TechFin. Mom struggled with the casual startup atmosphere. Dad couldn't believe how many of his former clients preferred our digital platform. Thomas tried calling when he heard the news, probably looking for another handout. I had Charlotte block his number. Last week, during a company-wide meeting, I watched my parents in the audience, wearing their TechFin employee badges. They looked different, humbler maybe, or just finally aware of how much the world had changed. The future of finance isn't in traditional firms or inherited wealth, I told the crowd. It's in innovation, in seeing possibilities others dismiss. My parents nodded along, finally understanding what they'd failed to see before. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just proving them wrong, it's making them work for the success they once dismissed. And sometimes, just sometimes, they might actually learn from it. I still remember the day they sold my car. A used Honda Civic I'd bought with 2 years of savings from my part-time jobs. I stood in our driveway, watching the new owner drive away with my independence while my mother beamed like she just solved world hunger. Your brother needs this money more than you need a car, she said, counting the cash. Michael's MBA is an investment in this family's future. Michael, my golden child younger brother, didn't even look up from his phone. Thanks, sis. I'll totally make it up to you once I'm a big-shot executive. I was 22, fresh out of college with a computer science degree they hadn't bothered to attend the graduation for. Michael was their pride and joy, accepted into Wharton's MBA program with grades that were mediocre at best. But in my parents' eyes, business school was the only path to success. You can take the bus to your programming job, my father added, already stuffing the money into an envelope marked Michael's tuition. It's not like you need to impress anyone. My programming job. They made it sound like I was fixing printers at a strip mall. In reality, I just landed a junior developer position at Eclipse Technologies, one of the fastest-growing software companies in Boston. But they'd never bothered to ask the details. The bus doesn't run to my office park, I said quietly. Then walk, Michael smirked. Consider it exercise. God knows you spend too much time in front of computers anyway. That night, I sat in my tiny bedroom looking at my bank account. The car money would have covered my deposit on an apartment near work. Instead, I was stuck living at home watching Michael pack for his bright future, while my parents fawned over his every move. My phone buzzed, a message from Alex Chin, my team lead at Eclipse. Your code for the security patch is brilliant. Want to grab coffee tomorrow? Have an interesting proposition for you. That coffee meeting changed everything. Alex had spotted something in my work that others had missed. He was leaving Eclipse to start his own company, focusing on AI-driven cybersecurity. He wanted me as his first hire. It's a risk, he admitted over steaming cups at the local cafe. No guaranteed salary for the first year. Just equity and a promise. I thought about my parents' dismissal, Michael's smirk, the empty space in our driveway where my independence used to park. I'm in. For the next 6 months I worked 2 jobs. Days at Eclipse, nights and weekends with Alex in his garage-turned-office. My parents barely noticed my absence. They were too busy FaceTiming with Michael, cooing over his business school adventures. He's networking with future CEOs, my mother gushed at dinner one night. Meanwhile, you're still playing with computers in some startup. If she'd bothered to check, she'd have known that some startup had just secured its first major client, a Fortune 100 bank desperate for our AI security solutions. But I kept quiet, remembering Alex's words about staying under the radar until we were ready. The first year was brutal. I slept on Alex's couch after we lost the garage office, coding until my eyes burned. My parents' constant updates about Michael's successful business school career became background noise. He's got an interview at McKinsey, my father announced proudly. Now that's a real career. I nodded, not mentioning that our startup, now named Quantum Shield, had just been valued at $50 million after our series of funding. Alex and I had celebrated with cheap champagne in our new office. A real office with actual furniture and a view of the Boston skyline. 3 years passed. Michael graduated with his MBA, his future supposedly secured. My parents threw him a lavish party, inviting everyone they knew to celebrate their son's achievement. Michael's already interviewing at top firms, my mother told anyone who would listen. Unlike some people who waste their time with risky ventures. I showed up late to the party, having just finished a meeting with our board. Quantum Shield had grown beyond our wildest dreams. Our AI security systems protected banks, governments and tech giants. We'd opened offices in 3 countries. And I hadn't told my family any of it. "Oh, you came," Michael said, champagne in hand. "Still doing that coding thing?" I smiled, thinking of the nameplate on my corner office. Alexandra Matthews, Chief Executive Officer. Something like that. "Well, not everyone can be successful," he said with fake sympathy. "But hey, at least you're employed." Sort of. My phone buzzed. "Our head of HR. Final candidate list for executive positions is ready for your review. You won't believe who just applied." I opened the attachment and there it was. Michael Matthews, MBA. Applying for a VP position at Quantum Shield, not knowing his sister was the CEO he'd have to impress. "Actually," I said to Michael, "I have an early meeting tomorrow. Big things happening at work." He laughed. "Right. Big things. Like a promotion to senior code monkey." I left the party early, driving my new Tesla, not that they'd noticed, back to my penthouse apartment. Tomorrow would be interesting. Michael's interview was scheduled for 9 a.m. sharp. In my home office I reviewed his application. Mediocre grades from Wharton, no real work experience, just internships and networking opportunities. But the confidence in his cover letter was staggering. "I will revolutionize your company's approach to business." I poured myself a glass of wine, remembering the day they sold my car. An investment in the family's future, they'd called it. Tomorrow, Michael would learn exactly what kind of future his sister had built, without an MBA, without their support and without their precious car money. Quantum Shield's headquarters occupied the top 10 floors of Boston's most prestigious office tower. I arrived early, watching the sunrise reflect off neighboring buildings while I reviewed Michael's interview schedule. "He's waiting in the lobby," my assistant Emma reported. Wearing a suit that probably cost more than his first month's salary would be, if we were actually considering hiring him. I smiled, remembering Michael's designer wardrobe, all funded by our parents' investment in his future. "How's he acting?" "Like he already owns the place. He told reception to make sure Matthews knows he's here early. Apparently he thinks that's impressive." I checked my appearance in the office's glass wall designer suit, CEO badge, the quiet confidence that came from building a billion-dollar company from nothing. Let's not keep him waiting. Send him to conference room A. But first, give me the full report from his preliminary interviews. Emma handed me a tablet. "It's interesting. He talked over the HR director, mansplained cybersecurity to our female VPs, and told the board member he interviewed with that their current business model was outdated." Sounds like Michael. I scrolled through the notes. Has he figured out who I am yet? No. He assumes Matthews is a man. Called you him several times during the process. Perfect. I gathered my materials and headed to the conference room, remembering all the times Michael had dismissed my work as playing with computers. He stood when I entered, his practiced MBA smile freezing as recognition hit. "Alex. That's Ms. Matthews to you." I sat at the head of the table. "Or CO Matthews if you prefer formality." He sank back into his chair, face draining of color. This is your company? Quantum Shield. Yes. That coding thing you've mocked for years built this." I gestured to the view of Boston spread out below us. "Though I'm surprised you didn't know. We're quite well known in the business world you claim to understand so well. But you're just a programmer. A programmer who built a billion-dollar company while you were learning PowerPoint at Wharton." I opened his resume. "Speaking of which, let's discuss your application." Michael's confidence visibly crumbled as I went through his experience point by point. Every internship, every leadership opportunity, suddenly seemed small in the face of what I'd accomplished. "Your grades were mediocre," I noted. "But I'm sure that car money helped cover tuition." He flinched. "Alex, listen, about the car." "Ms. Matthews," I corrected. "And I'm not interested in apologies. I'm interested in why you think you're qualified for an executive position at my company." I have an MBA from Wharton." "Yes, you mentioned that 6 times in your cover letter. What else?" Silence. "No major accomplishments? No revolutionary ideas? Just daddy's money and a degree." I closed his file. "Tell me, Michael, how's that MBA working out?" He straightened his designer tie, trying to recover. "Look, we're family. Surely that counts for something." "Family?" I laughed. "Was I family when you took my car? When you dismissed my career? When you and our parents treated me like a failure? That was years ago. People change." "Yes, they do." I pressed the intercom. "Emma, please escort Mr. Matthews out. And make sure his application status is updated to rejected, not qualified." "Wait." He stood up desperately. "Mom and Dad will be devastated. They've been telling everyone about this interview." I thought about all the parties, all the celebrations of Michael's achievements while they ignored mine. "They'll survive. Though you might want to update them on who's really successful in this family." As security arrived to escort him out, his face turned ugly. "You're doing this for revenge." "No, Michael. I'm doing this because you're not qualified. Your MBA doesn't entitle you to success." I turned back to my work. "The bus stop is 2 blocks east. Consider the walk exercise." After he left, Emma brought in my next meeting's materials. "Your mother's called 6 times already. Send them an email," I said. Official company letterhead. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Matthews, thank you for your son's interest in Quantum Shield. Unfortunately." Want me to add that the CO sends her personal regrets? "No." I smiled. "Add that the position has been filled by someone with actual experience. Someone who didn't need a car sold to fund their future." That evening, as I drove my Tesla home, my phone exploded with family messages. My mother's panic was palpable. "Why didn't you tell us? We would have supported you." My father tried guilt. "Family should help family succeed." Michael sent a single text. "You've ruined everything." I parked in my building's private garage thinking about that empty driveway years ago. "No," I typed back. "I built everything. Without your MBA. Without their support. And without that car." The next day, the Business News announced Quantum Shield's latest acquisition, a struggling consulting firm that specialized in MBA placement. My first executive decision? Implementing a new hiring policy that prioritized practical experience over business school degrees. When Michael's next job application crossed my desk, this time for an entry-level position, I had Emma send our standard rejection letter. At the bottom, I added a personal note. "Perhaps try learning to code. I hear it's more valuable than PowerPoint skills. Sometimes success isn't about proving others wrong. Sometimes it's about building something so magnificent that their expectations become irrelevant. And sometimes, just sometimes, it's about watching your MBA-wielding brother realize that his sister's, playing with computers, built an empire his business degree couldn't buy him into." A month later, I heard through family gossip that Michael had finally found a job at a small tech startup, learning to code. Sometimes karma has a sense of humor. I sent him a bus pass as a congratulations gift. After all, family should help family succeed. The empty space where my car once sat had been filled with something far more valuable. The knowledge that success doesn't come from degrees or family support. It comes from believing in yourself when no one else will. And maybe, just maybe, from proving that a programmer with a dream can outshine an MBA with all the advantages in the world. I adjusted my simple black dress, Chanel though they didn't know that, and balanced another tray of champagne flutes. Around me, my mother's annual charity gala swirled with designer gowns and expensive perfume. The same event where, 1 year ago, they'd announced my sister Victoria's promotion to senior VP at Goldman Sachs. Olivia, darling. Mom's voice carried that particular tone of gentle disappointment she'd perfected over the years. The Ashworth's glasses are empty. Do try to keep up. I bit back a response about how the Ashworth's investment portfolio was currently being managed by one of my subsidiary companies. Instead, I just nodded and moved through the crowd with practiced grace. Still playing waitress? Victoria appeared at my elbow, resplendent in a red designer gown. Though I suppose it's fitting. Weren't you doing something similar in London? Service industry or whatever. If by service industry she meant running Morgan International, one of Europe's most successful private equity firms, then yes. But they didn't know about that. Just like they didn't know about the private jet waiting at the airport, or the fact that I owned this entire building. Something like that, I murmured, moving past her with my tray. Oh, and Olivia? Victoria called after me. When you're done with the drinks, Mother needs someone to help in the kitchen. The actual catering staff is too busy with the important work. Important work. Like preparing the food I was paying for through 3 different shell companies. This whole party, from the premium champagne to the crystal centerpieces, was funded by me, though the checks came from anonymous donors, to Mother's charity. Olivia. Dad's voice boomed across the room. Stop dawdling and get more ice. The Hendersons need their drinks refreshed. The Hendersons. I suppressed a smile, remembering how just last week their family company had desperately pitched to my firm for emergency funding. They didn't know that the mysterious CEO who'd declined their proposal was currently fetching their ice. My phone buzzed quietly in my pocket. A message from Marcus, my COO. Tokyo deal closed. $50 million profit. Board wants to discuss expansion. I typed back quickly. In meeting. We'll call later. Let them think I was in some boring business meeting. Better than explaining that I was serving drinks at my mother's party because they still saw me as their failed daughter. Who could possibly be texting you? Victoria appeared again, champagne glass dangling from her manicured fingers. Your boss at that little import company? Yes, the cover story they all believed. Poor Olivia working at some small trading firm, barely making ends meet. If they only knew that that little import company was just one tiny piece of my global financial empire. Just work, I said vaguely. Speaking of work, Mom joined us, her diamonds catching the light. Victoria just closed another major deal. 10 million in bonuses this quarter alone. Isn't that wonderful? I nodded politely, not mentioning that I'd made more than that before breakfast this morning. We're all so proud, Dad added, appearing with the Hendersons. Victoria's showing everyone what a Harrison can achieve when they apply themselves properly. The Hendersons nodded appreciatively, though I noticed Mr. Henderson's hand shake slightly as he reached for a fresh glass of champagne. He was probably still stressed about his company's rejected funding request. Unlike some people, Victoria said with a pointed look at my tray, who never quite figured out their potential. Mom sighed dramatically. We did try with Olivia. The best schools, all the right connections. But she insisted on doing things her way. Remember when she turned down that junior analyst position I offered her at Goldman? Victoria laughed. Said she wanted to explore other opportunities. Now look, serving drinks at parties. Though I suppose someone has to do it. I checked my phone again, this time seeing a message from my London office. Urgent. Royal Family's private investment team requesting meeting tomorrow. Your jet is prepped and waiting. See. Mom gestured at my phone. Always distracted. No wonder she can't hold down a proper job. Actually, I started, but Victoria cut me off. Oh, let her check her phone, Mother. Probably trying to pick up extra shifts somewhere. We all know she needs the money. Dad shook his head sadly. At least help out properly tonight, Olivia. The kitchen staff needs assistance with the cleanup. I felt something snap inside me. 3 years I'd been playing this role. 3 years of hiding my success, of letting them believe I was struggling while secretly building one of the largest private investment firms in the world. I really should go, I said quietly. I have a meeting. Victoria laughed loudly, drawing attention from nearby guests. A meeting? At this hour? With whom? The night shift at some pub. Olivia, Mom's voice turned sharp. You will stay and help clean up. It's the least you can do after we went to all this expense. All this expense. The expense that came directly from my accounts, filtered through enough shell companies to hide my involvement. The hired help doesn't leave until the work is done, Victoria announced to their appreciative audience. Isn't that right, sister dear? I looked around the room at all these people who thought they knew exactly who and what I was. The Hendersons, desperately trying to save their failing company. The Ashworths, whose investment portfolio I controlled. My sister bragging about deals that wouldn't cover my daily operating costs. My phone buzzed again. This time it was James, my head of security. Car is waiting downstairs. Pilot reports weather perfect for London flight. I looked at the tray in my hands, then at my family's smug faces. Maybe it was time to show them exactly who had been serving their champagne all night. Actually, I said, setting down the tray, I do have a rather important meeting to get to. More important than your mother's charity gala? Dad's voice rose with anger. More important than helping your family? Victoria smirked. Let me guess. Some late-night stock boy needs help counting inventory? I smoothed my dress and checked my watch. A Patek Philippe that cost more than Victoria's annual bonus. Something like that. Absolutely not. Mom stepped forward, her voice hard. You will stay and help clean up. That's all you're good for anyway. The room had gone quiet, guests watching the drama unfold with poorly concealed interest. Perfect. I smiled, reaching for my phone. Let me just make a quick call. The room fell silent as I dialed, all eyes watching this latest act of defiance from the family disappointment. Victoria's smirk grew wider, probably anticipating another humiliation for her struggling sister. James. I said clearly into the phone. Please come up. And bring the contracts for the Henderson merger with you. Mr. Henderson's champagne glass froze halfway to his lips. The what? Before anyone could react, the ballroom's double doors opened. James, my head of security and right-hand man, entered in a perfectly tailored suit. Behind him came my full executive team, all of whom had been waiting downstairs for this moment. Madam, James bowed slightly. The private jet is fueled and ready. The royal family's investment team has moved tomorrow's meeting to breakfast at Buckingham Palace. They're quite eager to discuss the merger. You could have heard a pin drop in the ballroom. Victoria's smirk had vanished, replaced by confusion that rapidly turned to shock. Thank you, James. I turned to Mr. Henderson. I apologize for the deception, but I preferred to evaluate your company's potential myself before revealing my identity. Unfortunately, as CEO of Morgan International, I don't believe your current business model is sustainable. Morgan International? Mom whispered. But that's the largest private equity firm in Europe? I supplied. Yes, it is. Though we're actually global now. That little import company you've been mocking? Just one of our many subsidiaries. Dad's face had gone pale. That's impossible. You couldn't. Couldn't what? I raised an eyebrow. Couldn't build a multi-billion-dollar company? Couldn't become the youngest female CEO on the Financial Times 500? Or couldn't do it all while you thought I was serving drinks and counting inventory? Victoria stumbled slightly, grabbing a nearby chair for support. But I'm the successful one. I'm Senior VP at Goldman. Yes, about that. I nodded to another member of my team who stepped forward with a folder. Goldman's board approved our purchase of your division this morning. Effective next week, you'll be reporting to my Asia-Pacific director. Assuming we decide to keep you on. The whispers had started now, rippling through the crowd of elite guests as they realized exactly who had been serving their champagne all evening. This charity gala? I gestured around the opulent ballroom. Funded entirely by me through various shell companies. This building? I bought it last year. That champagne you've been drinking? From my personal vineyard in France. Mom sank into a chair, her perfect composure cracking. Why didn't you tell us? Would you have believed me? I laughed softly. You couldn't even believe I was capable of handling a junior analyst position. So I decided to let you keep believing what you wanted, right until you needed me. Needed you? Dad's voice cracked. The Henderson merger is just the beginning. Did you really think your company's sudden turnaround last year was due to good luck? Those mysterious investors who saved you from bankruptcy? All me. Victoria's face had turned an interesting shade of green. The London office. Those meetings you said you had were actually with me, a cultured British voice cut in. Everyone turned to see Lord Sheffield, one of Britain's most prominent financiers, enter the ballroom. Sorry I'm late, Olivia. Traffic from the airport was dreadful. Quite all right, Charles, I smiled. You're just in time for the revelations. Mom's eyes darted between me and Lord Sheffield, her social climbing instincts warring with her disbelief. You know each other? Oh, we're quite well acquainted, Lord Sheffield chuckled. Your daughter's firm handles most of the royal family's private investments. Brilliant mind for business. Though I must say I never expected to find her serving drinks at a party. That was my choice, I said calmly. I wanted to see how long my family would continue dismissing me, even as they lived off my success without knowing it. James stepped forward again. Madam, we should leave soon if we want to make the London meeting. Of course. I turned to my stunned family. I'd love to stay and help clean up, but I have a breakfast meeting at Buckingham Palace tomorrow. I'm sure you understand. Olivia, wait. Mom stood up shakily. We can talk about this. As a family. Family. I paused. Family doesn't treat their daughter like a servant. Family doesn't spend years mocking someone's career choices while secretly benefiting from their success. I smiled coldly. But don't worry, I'll have my office send over the bills for all the parties and anonymous donations I've funded over the years. Since family is so important to you. Victoria stepped forward, her earlier smugness replaced by desperate calculation. Sister, surely we can. Can what? Continue pretending you're the successful one? Keep acting like your banking job is the height of achievement. I shook my head. Enjoy your new position in our Asia-Pacific division. I hear entry-level analysts there work quite hard. As I turned to leave, Dad found his voice. You can't just walk away from your family. Watch me. I nodded to James, who opened the doors. Oh, and Victoria. Those clients you've been bragging about. They're all subsidiaries of my company. Might want to update your resume. The crowd parted as I walked through the ballroom, whispers and shocked murmurs following in my wake. Lord Sheffield fell into step beside me, barely containing his amusement. Quite a show, he murmured. Worth flying in for. Thank you for playing along, I replied quietly. The royal meeting detail was a nice touch. Oh, that part's real, he grinned. Her Majesty's quite impressed with your latest investment strategy. Though I doubt she'd expect her financial advisor to be serving drinks at parties. I laughed, stepping into the private elevator that would take us to my waiting car. As the doors began to close, I caught one last glimpse of my family. Mom collapsed in her chair, Dad staring blankly into space, and Victoria frantically typing on her phone, probably trying to save her job. James, I said as we descended, make sure the cleaning crew gets a generous bonus. After all, I smiled, thinking of Victoria's earlier sneer, someone has to serve the drinks. Later that night, as my private jet crossed the Atlantic, I scrolled through the messages flooding my phone. News of my identity had spread quickly through the elite social circles my family so desperately wanted to impress. Mom, please, we need to talk. We never knew. Victoria, about that analyst position. Dad, the board wants to meet with you. I deleted them all and turned to the contracts spread across my desk. Let them sit with the knowledge that while they were mocking my career choices, I was building an empire. An empire they'd unknowingly depended on all along. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just proving people wrong. It's letting them discover just how wrong they've been, one champagne glass at a time.